Oh shit. Internet's still playing up. Welcome. This could be difficult. I don't know why, but my internet's still playing up. Well, here we go. See what happens. You know what I mean? It's not even playing up.
These palm trees, they sway, but each night and each day I'm California dreaming about you. Oh yeah, got this world-class view, but it's you that I think about every time when my mind's on it. And it's you that I think about every time when I feel alone. And it's you that I call on my FaceTime when I need something real. Oh yeah. My shift till late in the PM. I'm California dreaming.
Hello there.
California dreaming about you. California dreaming about California dreaming about you. California dreaming.
And welcome to Spooky Bedwell. And anyone else who's watching. But my internet, I think, is still playing up. I don't know if any of you are familiar with StreamYards, but I've got that little bar thing, and it's down to 1 again like it was before. So can someone let me know if I'm like breaking up or like the videos aren't playing or something? It's gone up to 2 now. But apart from that, if anyone wants to join, link should be pinned to the side chat. But yeah, welcome Spooky, and if anyone could let me know if my internet is fucking up, that would be great. So here we go again. Yeah. I just got back. So once again, we'll start with music. See the internet plays up when you can. Yeah, here it goes. I don't know. Like literally, the modem is like 5-6 foot away from my laptop, and I've got 1 bar on the signal. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Pay about £50 a week for that. Don't know. Yeah, so join if you can. You were breaking up when you started, but you seem okay now. Oh, thank you, Spooky. Cheers, man. Yeah, the bar's gone off now. Hopefully it will stay away. I don't know if it's my laptop or my modem. But like I said, we'll see how we go and see what happens. And welcome everyone, and thank you for watching. No, I should say that, but also welcome. Gonna end it, you know. No, it's up into 1 bar. This is going down. Alright, bear with me. I've just seen before I switched tabs. Go back down to 2, frozen again. Fuck. My mistake, frozen and Robusing, and now you're okay again. Frozen again, Robusing. I can see a pattern. But there's nothing I can do because it all looks the same to me. You know, from inside StreamYard. So I can't tell the difference. Which is true. Laptop. Check everything. I might have to disappear for a minute and restart my modem or something. This is not acceptable. Fucking fortune. Shit, internet. Right, I'll play the song. Then go on a little break. Restart my modem.
He lived in a bluebird, spelled his name backward. He's so pretty, he almost looks like born on a Monday, such a very good thing. I've seen a couple of nights for 16 days. Half the girls over in 100 million left runaways. He's been up for days. In the fake holidays. He's on the list till the salad days. Sleeps all day and he dreams of you. Rock a honey. Diet every day when the girls are free. Now there's no push on the it's like a real love. It's sexy, so easy, but she gets naked for a living, she gets very good. I'm gonna do it.
Jill, if you join in this time, Jill,
He's on the list till the salad days. Sleeps all day and he dreams of you.
Right, let's see if our internet has improved, Anna. You know, we're back down to what? I know you're not. I know you're okay. I know you're not. Cheers, Spooky. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. The stream name, I'm gonna say. I'm gonna have to restart my modem. That was really apologize. That we should do. Leave. Hello, and welcome back. I think I've just reset my modem, and there's no longer a bar, so I think we might be okay. Welcome, Sterling. Good to see you. I shall check that link out. That's in Firefox. Try again. And I think that might have sorted it. All connections is better. Cheers, man. Yeah, we've lost the bar. So if anyone wants to join, link is in the side chat, and I shall do my usual shtick of playing shit music shitly while singing shitly to shit music shitly. So people join. Because fuck it. I don't know my internet packing again. Right, what am I doing? Link. No. That video channel subscriptions. No, it's not. That's my channel. Bear with me. We are experiencing technical difficulties, etc. Your patience is most welcome and appreciated. But you know, Virgin Media. Right, what we're doing. Welcome, Green Soul. Good to see you. I've just been fucking about with my computer and modem, trying to get them to both work so I can do a stream. And I think that's it. I think that's all set up done. Just need to nip across to Firefox and make Green Soul a mod, and anyone join if they want to or can. And I'm gonna just, I'm just gonna play music until people do, because I'm knackered now. We're running about like a slightly excited. I won't say blue-ass fly. A slightly excited fly. Just trying to get me into. So yeah, we'll just carry on playing music. Join if you can. Same shit, different day. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Dun 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 dun. I'm fine. Fucking have to get some smoke. Nah, fault me. It never rains. It just constant drizzle. Do you know what I mean? Just constant, just shit. Yeah. Alright, we'll do. We're not done this one. Alright, so we're sharing this. I've got too many browsers. Oh, cheers, man. Did you see this? Well, I'll do it after this one. I opened that last link, but now I can't remember what it was, and it was something to do with American politics. But I'll open it after this. I just need to make a sick. Move over. Generate enthusiasm for the world around you, concentrate on the truth and do the best you can online. I'll stand before you wait today. It's just a man who is some joyous it's so good for Maybe over the maybe Right, Sterling has actually done my work for me. He's come up with a link that is quite interesting. So we shall do this. And Sterling, if you're still watching and you want to join and discuss it, this should be quite good. Or anyone else who wants to join, link should be pinned to the third chat. Excuse me. I'm not sure. Cheers, Sterling, man. This looks cool. Share present. That's one. That, and that. Apparently, Jack the Ripper identified after DNA breakthrough. Today Show Australia. Cool. So we shall play this. Check this out.
It's an age-old mystery that has gripped the world for more than a century. Jack the Ripper, the mysterious serial killer whose identity has long remained a mystery.
That is.
Until now.
Yeah. DNA from a shawl recovered at the scene of one of his crimes has incredibly found a 100% match. Well, for more, we are joined by the historian who made the bombshell discovery, Russell Edwards in London. Russell, good evening to you. Tell us about the match. Who is this person behind the infamous name?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. So the name of the murderer, which has always been known, is Aaron Kosminski.
Oh.
He was a Polish immigrant Jew that came over to Whitechapel in 1881 with his brother. And he was 23 at the age of the murders.
Okay, let's talk about...
the picture showing there, he's 16. That's when he came over.
Okay, what else do we know about that fella?
Okay, so he was suffering with schizophrenia. That we know.
And welcome, Sterling.
When he was...
And thank you for this link. Yeah, I was getting confused.
No worries. Yeah, and we don't. I didn't even watch the whole thing. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but
yeah. So is this like new like breaking stuff?
It came out. It came out yesterday. That's why I was going to ask you if you had heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I think it said yesterday. You can check behind me, but I think it said it was posted yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 day ago. Today Show Australia.
Yeah, I had heard about it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like, was it 100 years or 150? It's probably 150 years now, isn't it?
Something like that. Yeah, it was like
That's
one of
amazing.
like probably the longest unsolved murder, or certainly serial killer. Yeah.
Polish barber.
Is that what they
Right.
said? I didn't even watch it before I
Yeah.
sent it to you. I just read the title.
No, I'm just reading off the bar thing. But yeah, if you want me to stop it at any point, just give it a shout. Yeah, we'll
All
chat
right.
this out. See you
Cheers.
Cool.
Admitted into the asylum, Coley Hatch, that his occupation was hairdresser or barber surgeon. So,
Oh yeah, they thought he
had
was.
anatomical knowledge, which when you know the case,
I'm sure I'm not up on it a lot, but I've seen like documentaries on it, and they thought he was a barber because of the way he mutilated them. He knew something about anatomy.
Oh right, or they maybe
Yeah,
like a barber or a butcher or like maybe a
sure, like a doctor or something. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Cool.
you know that the murderer must have had anatomical knowledge to commit the crimes that he did. Now, in 1891, there was a document called the McNaught Memorandum, and in
16
there,
as well. He
it
was
says that
16 years old.
had strong homicidal tendencies, that he was a strong suspect, and he was prone to solitary vices and auditory hallucinations, which all point to schizophrenia.
Oh, that's very creepy. Tell me, how did you come about finding this shawl?
Okay, so it was in March 2007. So now we're looking at 18 years ago. It was my mum that called me because it was all over the press that there was a shawl for sale that was purported to be taken from the fourth murder scene, that of Catherine Eddowes. And that's how I was introduced to the shawl.
Wow, it's extraordinary to think. One of Aaron's living relatives, we're told, was involved in helping crack the case. How did that all unfold?
Okay, so yes, so it is his oldest brother's great-great-great-granddaughter. She helped a lot with the case, but actually it was the descendants of the fourth murder victim, Catherine Eddowes. It was her great-great-great-granddaughter that gave us the DNA that we matched with the blood on the shawl. So as you're showing that picture, I'm here now at that actual murder scene right now. So right behind me, where you can see where I'm pointing.
It's creepy, isn't it?
Yeah. Live from a murder scene on Weekend Today. Russell, you're obviously incredibly confident about this. It seems like an incredible breakthrough, but what actually needs to happen for this to be recognised as a legal discovery?
So what we need to do is to write a letter to the Attorney General, which we've done, requesting permission to go to the High Court, to then from the High Court to give us permission to go to the Coroner's Court to have a second inquest. So with the 4 questions, who, what, who, how, where, when, are the questions of an inquest, they've been answered. But how the victim came across the murder, that's where the point we point to, because we now know the name and we've placed the murderer at the murder.
I was obviously a Nazi English police officer.
What's that?
I'm just saying, obviously a Nazi English police officer.
That's where the point we point to, because we now know the name and we've placed the murderer.
Yeah. Just I was just laughing at the Nazi.
No, what he was doing was he was telling those people underneath him that my heart goes out to you.
Oh yeah, and he has autism as well.
Yeah. He has autism. Yeah, absolutely.
Autism. Yeah, my heart goes out to you.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
At the murder scene, to be acknowledged and accepted by the courts.
So the murderer obviously can't be prosecuted, but has it brought any level of closure, finality even, to the descendants of those victims? What's been their reaction?
Oh yes, so obviously the direct female descendant of the fourth Ripper victim, Catherine Eddowes, Karen Miller, she's overwhelmed greatly, but again, she wants closure, and so do we've got 10 other descendants of Catherine Eddowes' family who all want closure. And really what we want is to stop.
This might seem cruel, but it's been about 150 years. It's been about 150 years. This closure. I mean,
Right. I was thinking that too. Go on.
It must be like 3 generations down by now. Like not even the son and daughter. It must be like the grandkids.
Oh yeah, but somebody's great granddaughter was staying up at night, you know, seeking closure.
Yeah. yeah.
You know, and like, so what you
That-
find out who? No, but it is good to know this guy's off the streets.
Oh yeah. I'm just.
But I mean,
harsh. Anyone who's watching that might seem harsh, but it's
you know, it's good to know he's off the streets. But wait, it was 150
yeah, 150
years
years.
ago. I mean,
I don't think he would have been an immediate concern.
exactly. So, what? Well, you know, I'm all about solving a mystery, though. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you know, how did they solve it? Like, I know they said, did they find a piece of clothing or something? What they say, a shawl? What they say?
A shawl, from the crime scene, and they matched his DNA. Apparently, he was a suspect at the time, and they matched his DNA off the shawl, which they found at the crime scene, and it matched up with his apparently. But it makes you think, why didn't they do it earlier? Do you know what I mean? They must have had the shawl all this time. It's not just suddenly been found. I wouldn't have thought, but I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not sure either, but like, even if they had the DNA off of it, it's not like they could pull his DNA because he's, you know, in a casket or something somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
what's new? Huh?
No, I was just going to say they didn't even have DNA back then, did they?
No, not back then. But yeah, even what's come across recently, I believe, is that familial DNA, the genealogy type shit.
Right, I got you. Yeah.
And that's an interesting subject, one that I'm interested in. I've read a lot about it. Yeah, a little bit about it.
That's cool, yeah. I was thinking he was a suspect at the time, so they took his DNA, but they hunted him. Yeah, it must have been like off his descendants or something. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they said like it was his great granddaughter or something.
Yeah.
Was created by an enterprising journalist. And actually,
The science, it works.
but this is the name of this murder. And also, really, no more.
Say what?
With us.
I was just saying, see, science, it works. You know, Christians, young Earth creationists, science. We use it because it fucking works.
That's why it's my religion.
Yeah. Fancy.
I would say suspects. We're only ever three. So we basically want to close the story. That's really what we're trying to do.
Well, we hope that you and the relatives of those victims can get some closure. Russell, I think this is the first time we've spoken to someone from a murder scene. I have to say, it's been fascinating. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Hey there, Today fans. Sarah and...
What's my name again?
That was cool. Yeah. So, yeah. I suppose there'll be more coming out about it. If that was just yesterday, yeah, we should get some more information.
And there's several things interesting there, Mr. Stinky Brew.
Oh yes,
I don't know who that is.
He was on the other day. Quite a nice fellow from England. Yeah. If you want to join, you in the side chat. But good to see you. Is this real? I don't know how to answer that. I think it is, but it might not be. I'm not sure.
Well, I wasn't sure I didn't watch it before I shared the link with Water, but there's a lot of interesting things there to me.
Oh no! Sorry. I thought he meant is this stream real? Like, is it? Like, I was talking about the bit. Yeah, I get you now.
Oh, maybe he did. I thought he meant like the clip we were watching.
Yeah, I think that's what he was talking about. Yeah, but yeah, I thought he was talking about this stream now. Is this real? Yeah, I thought it was like a deep philosophical question.
Oh, gotcha. See.
Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Sterling, I rudely interrupted you.
No, you're good.
As I always. So.
A few things, a couple of things, if you don't mind. Like, to me, there's a couple of things that are really interesting, and I won't spend as much time as I probably would like to on them. Yeah. But like, to me, there's some seriously interesting things there. For example, number one, it sounds like he's some sort of just like web sleuth, and he's not affiliated with like law enforcement at all. he solved it, but like he's not a member. Like law enforcement hasn't like signed off on it yet. Is what it sounded like.
I think he mentioned it somewhere near the start. I think it was one of his relatives or something. I'll see if I can.
No. Like they matched the DNA to his like great granddaughter. They said that.
Oh
But
right, yeah.
But
Oh, I thought you meant where they got the shit. I thought you meant this guy here, not him.
I'm
I
saying
thought you
that
meant where he got the shawls from. Yeah, I get you now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where he got the shawl. I think the shawl was already in evidence. Hey, Pixie's here.
No. It wasn't in evidence, and that's probably why it wasn't previously tested. From what the video indicated, in 2016, the shawl was put up for sale, meaning somebody privately owned it, and they said it was purported to be from the fourth crime scene. And somebody let him know that shawl was for sale, and that's how he acquired it. He now in order to prove that it was from the fourth murder scene, he matched DNA on the shawl to a descendant of the murder victim. Once that link was established, they then traced the murderer's DNA and matched it with Aaron. Or whatever his name was.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, that makes sense.
So all of this hinges on all of this hinges on the fact that really did come from the crime scene. Like
which is why they matched it to the great granddaughter of the murder victim before he matched it to the murderer's profile.
Okay, so it had both of their DNA on it, is what you're saying?
Yes, they're saying that they matched the DNA to the victim, and then they used the other DNA on the shawl to match it to the murderer.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm glad me and Water were here watching that, and we still missed that. I'm glad you explained it.
Well, it was easy to miss because he said it backwards and it came across very jumbled. He talked about matching the DNA to the murderer, and they were asking if the murderer had any living relatives that helped, and he said, yeah, this one helped, and then he said, but actually the great-granddaughter of the victim, we used her DNA to match it to the victim of the case, and he started going that route.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he was like the son of someone who owned the shawl, and it just been passed down. But yeah, I get you now. That makes sense. And clever as well. But why is it in Australia?
Well, that was
because somebody bought it, right? It was for sale. That's how he came. Somebody came to him and told him somebody is selling a shawl that is purported to be from the fourth crime scene, right? So nobody even knew. I guess he didn't even know for sure it was from the crime scene. Yeah. But because it was purported to be, and somebody gave him a heads up, he took interest.
So he did all the background work and, found out that it was.
I guess, yeah.
Because that's like that might actually be the biggest unsolved crime ever. Like Jack the Ripper, that's the big one, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's certainly one of the longest ones.
Yeah.
That's why I shared it. But I still don't understand a few things why that wasn't in evidence, the shawl. Because it seems like I do remember one of the crimes where he got startled or something and left some evidence behind. I was explaining it was like an apron or something like that, but like a butcher or like a hairdresser or florist would wear or something like that. Barista.
But I've seen documentaries, but it was years and years ago, and apparently the early ones that he committed, he left quite a lot of evidence behind, but they never put it together.
Yeah. But
years and years since I seen.
Well, we don't know. We have to realize, right? What we consider evidence today is probably not what they considered evidence back then. They didn't have DNA.
Yeah.
If they couldn't get fingerprints off of it, what were they going to do with it? Did they even have that? Maybe around that time. But What were they
Yeah.
going to do with it, right?
Oh, good
It
point.
wasn't
Yeah.
a murder weapon. It was attached to the victim. It wasn't attached to the perpetrator. What were they going to do with it?
Yeah.
It could have been something they get back to the family. You never know. Like, I don't know.
They wouldn't have even had, like, you know, where they take fibers and stuff. They wouldn't have had any of that stuff either, would they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if they had like blood types at that point either.
Yeah. But obviously he's dead now, so you know he won't get punished for it, obviously. But
Yeah. But you know, another thing that's interesting there is just generally like that whole familial DNA or like the ancestral DNA or whatever you want to call it. But because that started popping off, they caught who the BTK killer, I think, was a famous serial killer in the States, Wildheart.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I might be talking bullshit, but I think it was the BTK killer.
You're on the right track. Yeah, I do it constantly.
But yeah, like they got him based off of like one of his relatives or something took the ancestry DNA type thing.
Yeah.
And they were able to link it back to him based off of that, is what I understand.
Yeah.
And so it started blowing up, and it's a new thing, but very quickly people started to protest and said it was a violation of their privacy. So
yeah,
I think previously, like the FBI was collecting all of it and storing it, and working with those other like ancestry DNA websites to collect it. Yeah. But now
His daughter.
Yeah, it was his daughter. Yeah.
It was his daughter.
Right.
His profile. They
must have had permission though to get like any of the.
No, it just she took the DNA test and all that stuff, and it was in the database, and they were like, "Ooh, whoever our killer is closely related to that girl."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think she did take the test willingly for her own benefit, but then like the CIA and the FBI was just like gobbling up everything that they had in their database. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So she took it to do like a family tree or something, like
exactly.
ancestry, and then they got all of it. That brings up questions, doesn't it, about, like you said, privacy and that.
Exactly.
It does, but at the same time, like they weren't going after somebody who owed child support, right? Like it was a serial killer.
Yeah.
And BTK stood for bind, torture, kill.
Yeah.
Right. I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Whether it's child support or being a serial killer, like I guess the question still becomes like, do you have the right to privacy of your DNA? It just seems weird, especially if they don't even need your DNA to make sure to call you the murderer. They could just use one of your ancestors. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Like, we're going to get to a point where, I mean, it's already become more and more impossible, right? I mean, you leave fingerprints, you leave DNA everywhere. Even if they didn't use her DNA to convict him, they used her DNA to find him, and then they took his DNA and then they matched it.
Yeah.
Right?
Also,
because
yeah.
Like it could, yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on what you value, right? I do value privacy, but I value human life more. So again, would I think it like a good thing for them to use it to go after somebody who owes child support or somebody who like had like stole something from the dollar store or something? Yeah, I think that would be ridiculous. But if you're using a DNA profile to find a serial killer, I'm okay with that. You find the serial killer.
It's like being a serial killer and then complaining when they catch you for any reason because they've invaded your privacy. It's like you kind of deserve it, if you're a serial killer.
But I will say I don't. In cases like Jack the Ripper, I think that it should be consensual. I think it should be consensual with I don't think that they should be able to just go do that because he's not an active threat, right?
Yeah.
But if you are chasing an active threat, like an active, alive threat, I like catch the killer. Go for it.
Yeah.
And I think the issue was, again, to reiterate, the issue was that the law enforcement was just taking things out of Ancestry DNA and taking all their data without that person's permission. Because yes, they submitted it to Ancestry DNA, but they didn't give the law enforcement the green light to look at that.
Right.
And now
yeah.
I think the log. I think I remember hearing that the logs are separate, and you have to voluntarily give law enforcement, the government, your DNA if you want them to have that in the database to help fight crime. Otherwise, they can allegedly they can no longer use those private databases. If I'm not
so like the FBI or
Spooky's
CIA
right.
went directly to Ancestry. Well, whatever.
Yes. They were doing it the whole. They were doing it the whole time.
Spooky
They had
and
everything.
Sterling are both right, by the way. I said Spooky and Sterling are both right, because Spooky said, I thought the BTK killer was caught because of the metadata on a floppy disk that he sent to the police that linked him back to the church he was associated with. You are correct. He was a dean in that church. And that's how they found that their suspect, that's how they narrowed down their suspect list. They knew he came from that church. But they pinpointed him. Once they narrowed it down to people in that congregation, they pinpointed him through his daughter's DNA.
Yeah. So they were. So what did they go through everyone who went to the church and got everyone's DNA?
I don't know. I just know that that's the order it went in. He kept taunting the police about how they didn't catch him or whatever, and he had sent a floppy disk to the police station, and they used the metadata to trace it to the church that he was associated with. But then they found him personally. They made the link with him personally through his daughter's DNA.
Yeah, that's
Man, you were talking about the American government giving a shit about people's rights and that. That's not happened for a long time. If we're honest, you know what I mean? Guantanamo Bay and all that stuff.
Yeah, but even though they caught him through his daughter's DNA, it's not like they were actively out looking for that all the time, right? The information was there, but they weren't out looking for it. But he kept taunting them, and it pointed to the church. And once it pointed to the church, then they looked at DNA.
Yeah.
So they had the DNA profile, but they weren't out there trying to match it. He kept taunting them and led them to the church. And once they narrowed down their suspect list, they were like, all right.
So it's like extra special his fault. He was taunting them. He deserved it.
Yeah, because the floppy disk that he sent taunting them again is what led them to his church.
Yeah. That's even. Any more thoughts, Sterling?
I think that pretty much covers it. If I remember something else, I just thought it was interesting for different reasons.
Yeah. And it stopped me thinking as well, which is always a bonus.
Indeed. There's a couple of clips I had that I wanted to show you. That was one of them, but carry on. I'm going to look for one more that I was thinking about.
Cool.
Something completely different. I'll be right back.
Pixie, good to see you. What have you been up to? Apart from obviously working far too much, as always.
Well, I took a last-minute trip to Denver to pick up my favorite uncle. And then my car decided that it was going to take us on a grand adventure on the way back. So it randomly added an hour to my driving time for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
Which actually worked out. So we surprised my mom at 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah. I bet that was surprise.
She happened to be awake though. And then and then I finally got home. And then I got a couple of hours of sleep. And then Sunday I just felt really lightheaded and dizzy. But I managed to get some stuff done. I managed to work on my crochet projects. I managed to do some cleaning and pick out some new flooring for a couple of the rooms. And then I went and helped my brother out. and then I talked to a friend, and then I went to bed, and that was my day. I was like so drained, and now I'm working.
You get more done in a day where you get to sleep at 4 o'clock and feels ill than I do most days when I'm fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it was pretty useless yesterday. I was like, I don't want to. No.
Yeah, so we are on the new channel only for a couple of days. I don't know whether you've seen any of the previous streams or not. Yeah, they
No.
banned me for 7 days on my old channel. That's why I'm on this one.
Yeah, I haven't. The first time I ran into it was when I was driving to Denver, and you posted it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I am out of state. My bad.
They've already blocked one of my videos on this channel already, the second one. They made it, private, so I can't. Yeah, it's not public anymore. Just for copyright violations, like they do. Yeah, so it's been fairly good. We had someone on before doing tarot readings.
Psyche Awakens Tarot.
That's it, yeah. He actually did quite good, so I couldn't criticise him that much. What he said was like rather good, but yeah, I still don't think it's real or anything. But
I can't believe in psychic readings. I just can't.
Did you
like what they do is like I think it's more like they're emotionally tuned to someone, like they know what you want, right?
Yeah.
Like it's almost like reading you, and they're very vague and general about it for a reason, right? Which is why you have a psychic that seems spot on until they flip that card, and then they're like, "You're gonna have 10 babies," and they're like, "I'm trans."
Yeah.
I can't have babies.
Yeah, he got 3 or 4 cards out, but what he said about everyone was kind of spot on, which was weird. But like I said, I still don't believe in it or anything. But
I think I remember him pulling 5 cards because you pulled the 4th one. He said that was an unlucky number, if I'm not mistaken. So he pulled a 5th one.
Oh yeah. What's it, 9 or something? I think it's 9, isn't it?
I'm not discrediting the practice. I'm saying the person who I've seen be most successful with doing stuff like that is also the person who told me the cards. She's like, it's more about reading the person and the person's energy, and the cards just give me like a focal point, a way to explain it, to break it down to them in a specific metaphor, right? And that helps them relate to it because they see it in the cards and they understand the metaphor.
Yeah, it's like, because you can actually learn. They call it cold reading and like warm reading or hot reading or something. Like cold reading is when you've never met the person before and you're just using the reactions and stuff to kind of work out.
Right, but cold reading works best in a crowd.
Yeah.
Right, because that's what you see, like all the old shows with those psychics or whatever, and they're like, somebody here has somebody who passed on. It starts with a J. I'm seeing a male figure. That's cold reading.
Yeah, like 500 people in a crowd. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get one. Yeah.
You'll get one. They'll be like, oh, that was my granddad. His name was John. Right? Like that's like cold reading.
Well,
by the time you're zeroing in and focusing on a person, you're transitioning from cold reading to warm reading.
Yeah, and actually, taking what they do and what they're saying,
and using that for your next,
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The guy came on, a hell of a nice guy, and he said, I'll give you, Wild Heart, a free reading right here, right now, if you want it. And I answered for him. I was like, yes, let's do it. And I told the guy, I said, now you need to know that my friend Wildheart here is a skeptic. And He said, "Well, I'll prove it to him." And then he commenced with the reading.
Yeah, but he also said he knew about James Randi, the magician who had
the amazing Randy. Yeah.
So he obviously kind of knows about both sides of it. Do you know what I mean? Because he's like one of the most famous kind of skeptics ever. So he obviously knows. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's heard of him, but he was like, and there was prize money up for grabs, so therefore that he was going to be super strict and by the book and scientific, and I was like, oh, well, God forbid.
Yeah, it was like $1 million, I think, if anyone could prove anything supernatural, and I think it was up for about 10, 20 years, and no one ever even came close to it. Thank you, Spooky. We have a link to something.
Okay.
Check
Well,
that out.
Maybe it's that BTK stuff.
Oh, get in! This is apparently Spooky Bed Hair getting a tarot card reading.
Yes.
Yes, this is going to be good. I've only seen the first, the thumbnail, but this should be good.
Get in.
Get in. That one.
Spooky bed hair.
No.
Spooky bed hair. Ooh, can I have a card, please, W? Yes, you can. I said an hour and a half that I was that I wanted to wrap things up, and then I started reading tarot cards. This is how it works over here, folks. I'll tumble for you. The sun. Dun, da, da, da.
Yeah, he's fucked up there already. Spooky lives in Stoke-on-Trent. That never gets any sun. Do you know what I mean?
Just Spooky lives where?
Yeah, they fucked up there.
Where does
Spooky is a sun.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Stoke-on-Trent in England. It's apparently in the Midlands, which I still protest doesn't exist. But
I first saw a bowling alley when you put that up there. I was like, oh, a 2-lane bowling alley?
Yeah, with the sausages down the side. Yeah.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Do. Fuck the sorrow. Blow me like it's. You know what, baby? Here's the message. Loud and clear. Whatever the fuck is going on, don't worry. It's always darkest before the dawn, by definition. And the dawn can come at midnight if you are so inclined. There's a hell of a lot of beauty in the reality of.
No, I was thinking about doing a joke about Midnight Sparkle.
Go on.
Come at midnight, but no, I'll leave.
Ugly situations of life, if you choose to see them. Open your mind, open your eyes. It's time to wake up. It's morning in America.
That is really poor.
It's morning what?
See, but there we lost it. He dropped right there. He said it's morning in America, but Spooky isn't even American.
Spooky's in England, and yeah, that was really poor. So he basically said, "Don't worry about anything."
Right. He said basically whatever is going on. Like,
yeah.
I don't know, but something's probably going on somewhere at some point. Whatever it is, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay because the sun is out in America. I don't know.
Yeah, he said the sun card is like good is coming, right? Like good is around the corner. So whatever you're going through, just hold on. The sun is coming. Redrops it is where he thinks Spooky is American, and he says that last piece.
Yeah, but I mean that will be applicable like anytime, no matter what you're going through.
I did say it was general, didn't I?
Yeah, that was especially cool. Yeah, but yeah, cheers, Spooky. So I'm guessing you weren't impressed.
No, but this is why I've never had a reading, because I've seen them done, but I just am not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, my mum saw a gypsy when she was like 17 or something, and they said she'd die when she was like 72, and she's like 73, 74 now. But she was panicking for a whole year because she thought, because she'd seen a gypsy, like, like a fortune teller. She thought she'd die that year. She spent the whole year like panicking, and yeah, she's
Bless
like,
her sweetheart. That's terrible.
Dumb question. What is a gypsy?
It's like a traveller. They don't live in houses. They live in caravans, basically, and they move about the country. A lot of them are from like Ireland.
Yeah.
And they
Yep. And
they travel about to different sites in caravans.
females drop out of school very young and marry.
Yeah, they've got a lot.
And they are housewives to these gypsy men who just get to do whatever the hell they want, pretty much. They just go travel and work and party and travel and work and party and yeah,
basically. They've got a lot of social kind of problems as well. Like.
And they hold these big balls where everybody puts on poofy dresses and they go to try to like outshine each other with the most sparkles and the most bling for male attention. Because if you make it to your 20s and you're not married, you are an old spinster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the caravans are like brilliant. The way they paint them and decorate them and that. They can be worth like thousands.
I don't know. I don't know what they look like, to be honest.
Yeah. We had them around the corner from us. They take up like public sites, like greenfield sites, not like farmers' land, but like government property or something. And they just park on them and just refuse to leave. So they never pay any like tax or anything,
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Wow, it's genius.
yeah.
I mean, it's fun if you're a guy. I don't know how happy I'd be.
Right. Well, I don't know how happy I'd be if I was married at 20 also.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter. You can go off and do whatever you want.
Oh,
yeah.
You can dump and marry another one.
Yeah, man, you're fine. Yeah.
I missed that part.
Yeah. The men pretty much have like free reign. And the women are like, they drop out like really early. They're raised to be like dutiful, like submissive housewives at a very early age. And I wouldn't have anything against it if they were happy, but a lot of them seem very angry. And that seems like bad news for me. Like, I wouldn't want to be in that situation. So.
Yeah, they like breed a lot of dogs as well, and like sell them, like fighting dogs, like pit bulls.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're related, but it seems to be.
What about the country? You said Ireland earlier. What about Romania? Is that where?
That's it. Yeah. Yeah, Roman Egyptians, they're called.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Romani.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But not everyone from Romania is a gypsy.
No. And not every gypsy is a Romani either.
Got it.
Yeah.
And some of the Romanis are like very, very stuck up. They'll call other gypsies gorgers, which is what they call non-gypsies.
Yeah, but it's like a really, at least in Ireland, I think it's like a really small percentage. Like 1 or 2% of Irish people are. Yeah, it's like a really small kind of community kind of thing. I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. The famous psychoanalyst Carl Jung approved of the use of tarot cards. Wow, that's surprising. He said they were a route to the unconscious mind and thought they are an easy way to represent the archetypes of mankind.
Huh.
Yeah.
And what was his? Didn't he have a comment before that, Spooky?
Yeah. So it's okay if you look at it through the lens of Jungian archetypes, Carl Jung, and use it as a kind of map to project on. Otherwise, it's all bollocks.
Yes, I see. That's what I was trying to say. That's kind of how my friend said it, right? She's like, "Look, I use the cards to like focus my intuition and use metaphors, you know, to connect with them. But it's like it's all intuition and
like psychic,
like focusing intent. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't think that she has any psychic ability at all. She thinks she's.
All right.
She looks at it more like profiling. She talks about it almost like profiling, right? Like she uses these cards to connect with the other person, but really it's all about like he said, the psychological archetypes and moving through that.
Yeah.
Right. Just based on your intuition of the person.
And that's a new term for me, these archetypes. So I just Googled it or whatever and put a link in the back chat, Wild, because I'm not sure. Are you familiar with these archetypes? I think someone said.
Yes, it's been used to do a lot of things. Like Myers-Briggs is based on it too. The Myers-Briggs personality test is based on those archetypes. Yeah.
Yeah.
How so?
Very like I have minimal knowledge. Like I've heard of it, but yeah, I don't really know anything about it.
Well, hopefully I sent a link to the correct thing. It was the 12 different archetypes.
Yeah, it's come up.
And I've heard that Briggs Myers or whatever it is, but I don't know how it's based off of this. I'm not saying it's not. I don't even know what this is, so I'm learning.
No, I don't want to sign up. I clicked on.
Where was that image? Because the image, I think, maybe it's in here.
Yeah, no, that was me. I tried to zoom in, and it didn't work.
Oh yeah, I think the image pretty much tells us what we need to know.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if we can zoom in on it though.
Yeah, when I click on it, it takes me to the site.
Okay, my bad.
No, it's fine. It's there will be a way to do it. Just is it? No.
I mean, I can read them out from the screen if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, can you see it? Yeah.
I can zoom in on it.
No, I've got it. I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Can you see that? Okay.
Yes. Perfect.
So but you can read them out anyway because I need a short bathroom break. So. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So these are familiar to you, Pixie?
I've never gone into depth about these. I just know that, like, when the Myers-Briggs was being developed and they were breaking apart, like, the different personality traits, not just they didn't take just the whole archetype. They took up different pieces of the archetype. And then they made this thing where if you combined different traits, it came out with a general. Like I'm ENTP, but that broke it into 4 different categories, right?
Right. I'm ENTJ.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. We are 1 letter apart.
Yeah, and it depends, like, I guess which letter that you're off on, how closely you're related. You know what I mean? Like,
right, exactly.
I think maybe I might be more closely related to an INTJ, you know, but okay.
Yes. Or actually, you're probably between an INFJ and an INTJ.
maybe so. But so regardless, are these archetypes outdated now, or?
No, it's that because a person can change and grow, your personality type can change over time. That makes, I don't know. Are these outdated? You mean the Jungian archetypes?
Yeah, these 12. Like, yeah. I'm just because I'm wondering if they've been replaced by like Briggs Myers and stuff like that.
I don't know. I know they still get used a lot. They still get referenced a lot.
Let's get into it. I mean,
well, it's hard to get into. Like, I don't know because I don't work in the field. It's like trying to look at Freud, right? Now, Freud gets mentioned over and over and over again, but how and some of his ideas were built on to become what we use today, right? But on the other hand, a lot of Freud's ideas aren't taken as seriously as they were back in the day, because a lot of things has been realized, right? For example, he came from a very repressed Victorian society where you could not show, like, tablecloths had to reach the floor because the leg of a table might remind a man of the leg of a woman, and then he would have impure thoughts, right? Like, very sexually repressed society. He also based a lot of his ideas on his patients and himself without any like control group measures and things like that. And so it's probably why a lot of his ideas focus around like sexual things inherently, right? Like all the time. But
yeah, he was one who came with like all men want to have sex with their mothers or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so and all girls have penis envy, apparently, right? Like things like that. But
I've noticed that. I have noticed that.
but
not so much.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it doesn't mean that his work wasn't important in the manner that when we went down that path, we saw a little bit that he was right and a lot of it that he was wrong, right? But without it, would we be where we are? I don't know. And so although I know that Carl Jung is very heavily referenced and that this led to a lot of other things, I don't know that people treat this as if it's like the model anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like Darwin. You know, with evolution, he kind of came up with a basic idea, but we've done like 100 years of work, and yeah, some of the stuff he said was complete nonsense, like, you know what I mean?
Well, but pertaining to this though, Spooky was saying that you have to apply the tarot readings with this, or I don't want to misquote Spooky, but my point is that Spooky seems to think or know that this is important to tarot readings. You know what I mean? So he must put some faith in it. You know what I mean? Because he was saying it's bollocks unless you use this. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, he's just talking about it like we were talking about it. Like I think he put in a different way what I was trying to say earlier, I think, right? Like it can be a tool for somebody like intuitively profiling, but it's not a psychic thing.
Yeah, like if you put the two together, you could use the cards, then use this to kind of help interpret. Like if you just use the cards, you know, or something like that. If you use the two together, it would probably work better than. But yeah, again, I don't know. Yeah,
so let's assume this chart is legit, you know, because it's the first thing that I Googled. But like, so let's just go into one of them. And what does it say about them? Because I'm having trouble. I just want to know what an example is.
We'll pick one at random. The Jester. That'll be
good.
Motto, you only live once. desire to live in the moment, goal to have a great time, flaw, frivolity, wasting time. The sage, motto, truth will set you free, desire to find the truth, goal to use intelligence, and flaw, afraid of action. So each one has 4, a motto, a desire, a goal, and a flaw. So it's like astrology, really, because there's I think there's 12. So it's like if you're born in a certain month, then you're gonna have these. Not exactly, but it seems like
it's just building basic archetypes. It's like it's overgeneralizing people, right?
Yeah.
Like when you meet somebody, you build a profile in your mind, even sometimes before you really get to know them, about the kind of person you expect them to be, right? The kind of person you think they are based on what they've presented you, right? Yeah. And this is just classifying them into types of people. Are they the rebel, the jester, the sage, the magician, right? Like just basic, this is the group you fit in kind of thing.
Yeah. It's like, I heard astrology described as like birthday bigotry. Like if you have someone who believes in astrology, like should a Capricorn get together with a Gemini, and they'll start judging, people based off what month they were born in, which makes absolutely.
That's really weird.
Yeah. It's like,
especially because there was once 13 zodiacs.
Yeah.
And mine changes. If we went, I'm like, I just know it because of fun shit or whatever. And because somebody did like a half chart for me one time. They're still convincing me to get like a whole one done, and I just don't see the point in it. But anyway, so I'm a Sagittarius, but if we went back to the 13, I wouldn't be. I would be the 13th zodiac. I'd be the sign of the serpent. So what does that mean?
Yeah. Plus they mix them all together as well, a lot of them. They do the Chinese one. It's not just one, they mix them all together.
Chinese one. I'm a wood rat in Chinese. My element is wood, and I was born in the year of the rat.
Yeah, I'm probably a squirrel or something. I'm a hedgehog.
Not all rats are wood rats, though. You could be like what are the other ones? You could be like a water rat, and like, I don't know, there's different elements. I am a wood rat.
I'm a Gemini. I'm a Gemini. We don't believe in astrology.
I don't either. I just know what other people tell me I am based on my birthday.
Welcome, Bond. Good to see you. And I've just made you a model. Well.
Bond.
And
you should join.
Link is in the things at the side chat. Should be. Although he did send me a message yesterday on Google Chat telling me to join someone's size channel, I think it was, and then he left before I joined, and he joined the one I just left to join the one he told me to go to join.
He swapped places.
Swapped places.
So, and one more thing before I move on with the archetypes, I wonder if someone could display like dual archetypes, you know what I mean, or like two different archetypes, and you know what I mean, or
yeah,
which is why Myers-Briggs broke it into pieces, right? Because they said we need more categories. Is that enough categories? Probably not. But they agreed with you. They broke it into pieces, and they said you can have traits from more than one. Even if you get the same letters, you can be a different type, right? Like ENTP, depending on what type of ENTP you are, I am an 8W7.
I thought they were agency
depending on what, and there's also T and A and X, and there's a whole thing. Anyway, depending on what type of ENTP you are, you can get even further broken down into classifications, right? There's the debater, the innovator, and it goes, but they're all ENTPs, but they're different kinds of ENTPs. So even the Myers-Briggs doesn't stop once you get your 4 letters, and they further broke it down. But yeah, is there ever enough? No, because humans are complicated, and we can move from one to the other over time.
And you might as well just analyze someone and work out what the characteristics are. Why put them in a group? Do you know what I mean? If you're gonna do that, you just do each individual and say, yeah.
Well, I think it depends on what your motivations are. I think that's easy when it's one-on-one or when you're just dealing with people in general. But if I was a psychologist in a group of kids that don't really see me as, their friend, then I have to figure out how to relate to them. Then having a basic profiled character, like a basic character profiling, or this is what they respond to and this is what they are going to absolutely reject from me. And maybe these two will work better together and these three will work better together over here because I have to deal with them differently. Like that's when it's not valueless, but it's not everything.
I suppose, like to do statistics and that on like a big population as well. It would help with that. Yeah. And Bond, I wasn't complaining or anything. It was just funny. Yeah, I don't mind.
Well, to change the subject, I would say a great deal. Another thing I thought about, and I was going to get the clip, Wildheart, was I saw our friend Mel.
Pandora. Yeah.
She's in the States, apparently. She's in Vegas.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, she's going,
she's been talking about it. Yeah, you should take a look at some of the streams she put out. I found them interesting. I guess she linked up with that guy you like, Resto, your friend.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I gonna say then? Yeah. It's just that I don't watch like live streams, after they've been live, and she's always on like really in the morning for me.
Oh, well, I understand that.
Whatever shows like, but she's nice enough. She has a lot of different like topics and a lot of different people. She's cool. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, she said there were about like 5 or 10 of them meeting up and all staying in the same house or something.
Oh yeah, Bond. You did you see that? Did you see their live streams today when they were in Vegas?
No, I heard it. When they were planning it, like Bond probably know more about it. Yeah. But I heard them saying that there were about 5 or 10 of them meeting up in the States somewhere. Yeah. That's cool.
You know how like I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would say welcome Midnight. Go see you, man. Welcome.
Midnight.
I am obviously.
I still say Bond should join.
Yeah, Bond, get in it.
For sure.
Yeah, he's got a jetpack, but apparently his microphone's not. Midnight. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need Bond at the moment because Midnight. Well, I was gonna say Midnight is gonna.
He put in private chat his audios. He's having audio.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, good. Because I was wondering, he usually announces his presence.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, normally for about 20 minutes while showing anime. I'm only joking, man. It's fine.
Yeah, it don't matter who's talking or what's going on. He's just like,
yeah. Midnight's here.
I'm here.
Bill says, I saw part of the cooking stream. I turned it off when they were trying to figure out how to work the oven more. Yeah.
Shouldn't you figure out how to work the oven before you start the cooking stream?
Yeah, that would help, I would imagine.
Yeah, they were having a good time.
Yeah. Vinyl cutting, what's that about? I thought vinyl was like records, like LPs. music records. I don't know what vinyl fussing is.
Yeah, I've heard that too, or
Right.
maybe like I think now they have like vinyl floors and stuff.
Oh yeah.
They look like
Yeah, like in kitchens and that.
yeah. I think it
It's a
replaced
material, yes.
replaced laminate and whatever. I don't know.
Cool. As long as you were in Assless Chaps Bond, you're fine by me.
Sorry about that. I was having audio issues.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Hey, there he is.
How's it
So
going?
what's up, Wild Heart? What'd you do with the last stream? Did they get taken down, or did you have to end it and start? I'm sorry.
Oh, I had to. Oh yeah, my internet was playing up.
Oh well.
It kept coming up with that, that radar thing with one bar on it, and I kept roboting and cussing out or something. So I had to.
Where did the habit of replacing my with me come from? Where did it come from?
Say that again.
Where did the habit of replacing my with me come from?
England, probably.
I have no idea.
Yeah, but what?
I don't know.
Do we know,
but
I would imagine England. Yeah, somewhere.
Right, but do we know why? Like, for example, there's a particular region in Spain, maybe not so much anymore, but at least up until very recently, had a slightly different accent than the rest of Spain. The people in that region had a noticeable lisp in their speech compared to everybody else. But the reason that developed was because a long time ago, that is the area the king lived in, and the king had a lisp, and the general population adopted one.
Just
because of the king.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
And so that region was a little different from the. So do we know like where that came from?
No. I know we do it in the north of England, but I don't know how it originated or no.
Well, like in Spanish, it would be pronounced me, instead of my. So I was wondering if that's kind of like where it came from. Mi casa, for example.
Yeah, that's true, because M-I is me, and that's my. Yeah. Are you closer to Spain than other parts of England in the north?
No. The south will be, closer to the rest of Europe and that. We're kind of, further away near Scotland, like, The south
maybe it's like a trading languages kind of thing. Like, for example, when a person who speaks Cherokee learns English, they have to learn more words than their own language has, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you pointed to a lion or a tiger, we would give it the same name. It just means big cat, right? Because we were only ever exposed to one, which was cougars, right? We didn't see lions and tigers in Africa or whatever, right? So the natives just had big cat. Or if you go, I know a guy who taught English in China, and he said he learned real quick that the English language like separates things further than most languages. Like he showed them a picture of a sheep, and he was like, "What is this?" And he was like, "They were like sheep," and he was like, "Yes." And he showed them a picture of a goat, and he said, "What is this?" And they said, "Sheep," and he was like, "Oh."
No,
not what I would have said.
It's because we've been invaded so many times by different countries. So we've still, like, the French use, like, they will call cow, like, le boeuf, as in beef. They call it after the meat. Whereas, like, the Germans or whoever else invaded us, they would name it after the animal. So we get both words. We can call them le boeuf, that's where we get beef from, and cow. So we have like 3 or 4 more words than most of the languages. It's just because it's like a mishmash of all the different countries that have invaded us and who we've stolen languages from, kind of thing. It's kind of cool, but that's where it comes from.
When I was in Spain, they spoke. I didn't realize they had a bunch of languages over there, or at least more than just Spanish. Like they had that. I don't know how you say it, Catalan in Catalan. I think it's
Does
called.
that they want to be like a separate country or something? I think.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Well, I googled because I was tired of speculating. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You good.
Oh no facts, no hard facts, just speculation.
No, stop. It comes from Cockney. It comes from the Cockney accent. And so it's considered a dialect change and not a grammatic error. And the reason is because in Cockney, the Y sound was pronounced very short and almost like the E sound in me, almost, but not quite. And it didn't start shifting until that great vowel shift in Middle English, which we talked about when they were doing the separation of the printing presses. And the printing presses made more people literate, and literacy no longer separated upper class from lower class. And that's when you had the big vowel shift, and the upper class started over enunciating their words and things like that compared to the rest of the population. So your way of saying it would be more technically historically accurate. Yeah,
and then they changed it as well.
Yeah. There we go. That's where it came from. It wasn't they replaced with my.
Yeah.
Is what happened.
Are we sure the world is still literate these days?
Well, not America, obviously.
I didn't say they had reading comprehension. Literacy just means you can read and write.
Fair enough.
It's like rhyming slang. They made up this. It was like basically, criminals in London. They made up this language to fool the police, so they would say apples and pears instead of stairs. It rhymes, but like to fool, like we're going doing a snobbery, like Lewisham High Street. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really work. It's like a stupid language to make up because it's really obvious what you're saying.
Some languages separate things in interesting ways. I will say there's one way that English did not separate things that other languages did. And a good example is orange. You can be eating an orange or you can be painting something orange. But that doesn't work in Spanish, for example. In Spanish, the fruit is naranja and the color is anaranjado.
Is that because we got the colour from the fruit and they separated them? So they had two different words. Was that
what the hell did we call? Yeah, maybe. I think maybe because I think at one time orange used to be called like yellow red or something.
Yeah.
Red yellow or something like that.
Just like a guess, but yeah, it could be like that. I don't know.
I don't know. But I know in Spanish it's separate. Naranja is the fruit and anaranjado is the color.
Yeah. And that's why we call lime is because basically, when we got, what is it? Is it rickets what you get if you don't have enough vitamin C?
Yeah.
Scurvy.
Is it rickets? Scurvy, that's it, yeah. But we were at war with every country that grew oranges, so we could only get limes, and that's why we call limes. Because
do people even still get scurvy these days?
Yeah, it's a lot rarer, but especially children, I think, if they don't get enough vitamin C, I think it's still not a lot, obviously, but yeah, there's still cases.
Rickets, I think is vitamin D.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that bones, I think, isn't it?
But I was looking up that list thing, and I guess there's some debate about whether that story about the king that spoke with the list is true. Like, there's some people call it a myth.
A myth.
It seems kind of divided.
Well, it may be, but the point is, like, there was a particular region that spoke the same language differently, and they gave a reason for it.
Yeah, it's like King James. That's why the Bible's dead weird. Like Hatheth and all that. He just had a list. But that's not true, by the way.
He may be right. The king may not have existed, right? But I was just wondering if there was a story of where it came from, like the lisp in Spain.
Yeah.
Because it's weird that a whole region, like it wasn't like one or two people had a lisp, right? Like the whole region spoke the same language as the rest of the country. They just all spoke it with a lisp, every one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
And
like
why?
Yeah, but the king one would work because like everyone who talked to him and worked around him would like put on the lisp, so he wasn't like conscious about it. I would imagine, or else he'd have their head chopped off or something. So
And maybe it wasn't a king. Maybe like that's exaggerated or something. Maybe it was like a duke or like a lord or something. I don't know. I think somebody influential must have influenced it somehow, because it's not even like one family, right? It's a whole region.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Maybe it was a region of immigrants. Maybe they just couldn't quite get the
half. Yeah, half. Spanish, isn't it?
be like me trying to speak Hebrew, back of the throat thing, you know?
Or Welsh. Has anyone ever tried to speak Welsh? A lot of spit is needed. You know what I mean? A lot of saliva.
I don't ever want to learn because of that right there. Thank you. Now I will never learn Welsh.
Yeah, like every word starts with like 3 L's. It's like, you know, like you coughing up, you know.
Yeah, I don't like that. No, thank you.
And I know the longest place name in the world. It's in Wales. It's Llanfair Pugwyn, Gilgo Garrick, Windrobo and Silio, Gogogoch.
Oh my God! No way, that's real.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's got a train station.
What's the name?
Llanfair Pugwyn, Gilgo Garrick, Windrobo and Silio, Gogogoch. I learned that when I was like 8 or something.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
And that's like a city or a town?
Yeah, I think it's like a small town. It's got like a quite famous train station, I think, if I remember correctly. But it's the longest place name in the world.
Yeah. I have no desire to say that ever.
Yeah. It actually hurts sometimes.
I always liked the way Cherokee sounded.
Yeah.
And I always liked the way Spanish sounded. But I love the Irish accent.
Yeah, it is quite, yeah. Northern Ireland, not so much, but the Republic of Ireland, yeah. I prefer that one. Nothing against Math Big Bad, yeah.
I don't know why. I really like that accent. But as far as languages go, I always thought Cherokee was really pretty, and I always thought Spanish was really pretty.
Yeah.
And they don't sound anything alike, so why I like those two, I don't know. I mean, they don't even resemble each other.
The Irish is like very, very lyrical.
What about Italian?
Italian is not bad. It's the inflection. It's where the they have very abrupt inflection changes.
Yeah, like the Germans. Like every word in German sounds really harsh. Like they could be saying the sweetest thing and it comes out
Oh yeah. My brother used to say like, I love kittens and rainbows in German, and I'd be like, you sound really angry for no reason. I also know that their word for like glove is literally like hand shoe or something.
Oh, yeah. And that diarrhea is German. It's literally through fall. Like diarrhea, it just goes straight through you. Like it's literally through fall. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know, but Russian sounds a little bit harsh to me too. I prefer Polish over Russian, and Czech sounds really similar to Polish to me for some reason. But or at least when their accents do. But yeah, I don't know. I always liked Spanish. It's just a very pretty language. It's very lyrical the way they speak. They can say like terrible things, and it almost, if you don't know what they're saying, it sounds like a compliment. Like, it's just pretty. And then
I'm going to stab you in the neck with a knife. Oh, thank you. That's very nice.
Cherokee has interesting pacing. Like, the way they pace their words is fascinating to me. I've always loved it. And so I love Cherokee too.
Their cadence or whatever.
Yeah, their cadence and the way they put their words together. Like tree is Itluga, and like wolf, it's WAYA. If you're using the English alphabet instead of the Cherokee alphabet, it's WAYA. But no, you would think that, right? The word is Wahya.
Oh.
Yeah, the word is Wahya.
Yeah.
Yeah, and or like my nickname when I was little was Kwalelu.
My Red Indian name is Talking Bollocks.
I mean, that's true. It fits you.
That wasn't my name. That wasn't my name. That was just my nickname. My little nickname that people would call me. And that Hummingbird, and they said it was because I was tiny and never stayed still.
And the wings are a bit of a giveaway as well.
That'd be like a good Halloween costume, like talking bullocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big Chief talking bullocks.
Go around chatting people up all night.
So Sterling, how's the Bruce Wayne life?
Bruce Wayne? Oh no, that not me. That's not me at all.
Oh come on, Mr. Moneybags.
No. You know, shit. Where do I begin? Well, you know, I like to tell people how much money you can save when you travel. You know, and you can do it big. You can do it big baller status too. But like, a lot of people could save money living in another country, and not, you know, a lot of people don't know that or realize that.
Well, I'm glad you're living your best life. You know, living your best life with so many hookers. Wait, I mean ladies.
Well, you know, you say so many, but like, how many is too many? How many is so many? That's the question that Wildheart asks me all the time.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Oh no, but are hookers something you're interested in? Midnight? Or were you taking a shot? You were taking a shot.
More rent bars, I think.
What do you say, Wildheart?
More rent bars, I think.
You were taking a shot Midnight? Is that what that was?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Because let me make sure. Let me see if I understand this. With so many hookers, I forgot how you worded it.
Too many. Yeah.
So what is your objection to hookers?
Nothing.
Oh, so why is it a shot then?
No, it's a shot. It's a friendly jab. Like, you know what I mean. Yeah. From what I know about you, you're pretty rich there, huh? And you know, you have a way with the ladies, so obviously you're going to have like one after the other, unless you have a unless you have a permanent one. Or
a what one? A what one?
Maybe very soon. Still, he was on my stream before with RB. She likes him a lot. Yeah.
Oh my god. She just says whatever she wants to get your shirt off. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't say much with me. Like the last 5 times I've been on a show, I've got my nipples like.
So Midnight, Can you afford a hooker? And if so, are you willing to? Have you ever had one? Maybe start there.
I plead the fifth.
Ah.
So yes, we can tell that as a yes. I'm only joking. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like I said before, it's just like, to me, it's just like hiring a gardener or a plumber or something. You know, like you need the job done, and they want money. So, you know, what's the difference?
What have you? What am I saying? I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know, man. I'm like half asleep here. I'm tired. I'm bored. I'm depressed. I don't know what to
Oh, Bondas, where is Sterling currently?
Cartagena, Colombia.
Nice.
Colombia. Aye.
Yeah, so I'm guessing drugs isn't a problem. just yes. Yeah. Colombia.
Midnight, you said you're depressed? That sucks, dude.
Yeah, well, you know, it happens. I do my best not to let it bother me.
Is it like a long-term permanent thing, or is it anything in particular? You don't have to start away, so you don't.
Comes and goes. You know how it is.
Yeah. Crazy shit.
Yep. Anywho, I'm gonna go have lunch and then be back.
Guessing. Thanks for the night.
Cheers, Midnight.
See you in a bit.
Love that guy.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. Known him for a long time. And he still puts up with me for some reason.
Hey, Pixie, you still there?
Yeah, sorry, work is an ongoing distraction, but I am here.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I didn't know if you were here earlier where we shared the clip where they caught the Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
Oh, we talked about that. That's right. You cleared it up for us.
They think they did. There's a controversy, and like obviously because the Shaw was sold later and wasn't in evidence, even though they could trace the DNA on both sides. There's like a controversy over obviously like chain of custody of the Shaw and where it came from and all that. So it's still a thing, but he's pretty confident he solved it.
I love a good mystery, so I was interested in that.
Me too.
There was another one that got solved somewhat recently. It was about a buried treasure. It was, I think his name was Forrest Fenn, Fenn, and he was like some. I don't know if you've ever heard the story, but he was like some 90-year-old dude. I think he was given some sort of like terminal diagnosis, cancer, or something like that.
Oh yeah, and he went and buried it, and like a couple of people
Yes.
died in search of it, and
Oh yeah. So you've heard of it.
yeah,
I think a couple of years ago somebody allegedly found it.
that is awesome.
Yeah, but then I heard that was in debate, so I'm not sure. But yeah, for those of you out there that are interested or maybe not, yeah, he went out and buried all. Once he got his diagnosis, he went out and buried his fortune, including like for some reason he had all these like gold nuggets and jewels and stuff. I think he was an archaeologist, so he stole it. Basically, he stole all of it, his whole wealth, and put it in a box and wrote a poem or something, right, Pixie? And then described where he buried it, and then people were out there looking for it.
Yeah, he gave clues like a map.
Yeah, or was it? Or like a poem or I can't remember.
Yeah, but if you followed the clues in the poem, it was like a map.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right.
Oh, sorry, I'm just looking. I think they have deleted my last video. You know the one with my mum on?
Yeah.
Yeah, they blocked it. Yeah.
Copyright stuff?
Yeah. What's that? Blocked. Yeah, contains copyrighted material. As a result, it has been blocked worldwide for change. I've got five videos on this channel, including this one. And 2 of them have been blocked, and 1 of them has been partially blocked. But, I mean, it's my own fault for, doing karaoke constantly, but annoying.
So, all right. So we talked about Jack the Ripper, and we talked about Forrest Fenn. I just mentioned that. But anyway, are there any other mysteries that y'all would like to be solved? Like if you could name like one specifically before you die or whatever. Any mysteries out there?
What, like involving murder? Like,
Could be. Could be.
I have a few, yeah. Actually, I think Jack the Ripper was like the biggest one, but I know there were a few around about the same time in England. Yeah.
So let me just get it started. Like, for example, what I would like to be solved, for example, is whether or not there's a Bigfoot, Sasquatch.
Yeah, I would guess like 99% probably not. I think it's like Mothman and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
Mine's
and stuff.
Closer to yours. I would like to know what causes the Marfa light.
What light?
The Marfa light.
Oh, what those?
So there's these lights that appear on the mountain, like this mountain, and it's not headlights, it's not anything like that. And they theorize all kinds of things, like ball lightning, but that doesn't make sense in the location it's in or when they appear. They've also theorized it could be like swamp gases, except it's not a swamp, and like all these different things. But nobody really knows what causes them. They're just these like lights.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of like Tales of Will-O-Wisp, from Ireland.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like to know what exactly is causing that. That would be a cool thing to figure out.
Was that that's the good one. Was that featured on like an Unsolved Mysteries episode or something? Because it seems like
it could have been.
Yeah, I think I can see it like floating across like the top of the trees, these balls of light and stuff.
Yeah.
Where is that located exactly, do you know? I can Google it. What's it called again? The Marfa.
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 Hold on. It's in Texas. I'm just trying to figure out where in Texas.
Oh,
Because
okay,
Texas is so big, you know?
Mm.
It's between Marfa and Presidio, Texas.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go back and look at that. But you know, Water, you said something interesting. 99% sure that Bigfoot's not real. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, I've not looked into it deeply. It just seems to me, you know, like so much like so many other kind of things, like I say, like Mothman and Chupacabra and all that. It seems like they're probably all kind of false, and aliens abducting people and stuff like that. Obviously, just a guess based on absolutely next to no research. But yeah, just like a gut feeling. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So have you seen like famous Bigfoot like clips and videos and stuff?
Yeah, I've seen like the famous one. They found out that was a hoax, didn't they?
You talking about
Yeah.
Patterson Gimlin or whatever it's called?
Yeah, that one where it walks behind a tree or something, and yeah, they admitted to doing it. It was just a guy in a suit.
I think it depends on how intelligent we give this creature credit for being, whether it's plausible or not, right? Like, if it's just another ape, it's not very plausible. But the smartest animal is probably the one we haven't discovered yet, you know? So I don't really know.
Yeah, it's just like all the hunting that goes on, you know, in the forest, and we've never even found one corpse of one. That just seems highly unlikely. Do you know what I mean?
And you know, going back to the Patterson Gimlin footage, yes, some guy came out and said that he was the guy in the suit, but like that's as far as it was like proven. You know, he just claimed that. You know, the people who took the people who took the video, Patterson and Gimlin or whatever their names are, like I don't think they ever admitted that.
Yeah. But didn't they do like analysis of the video, like the way it was walking and that?
Many people have.
Yeah.
And there's different conclusions out there.
Sorry. Yeah.
What if Sasquatch isn't an actual species, but like a really deformed ape or something?
yeah. Like just a one-off, or just like a small like family or something. That would be more likely. Yeah.
Which is one of the ways the Chupacabra is defined. It's like a feral dog or a dog with mange or something like that.
Like red eye. Yeah. Like lizard-like. Yeah. Yeah. But it's same as a lot of things. Like when we find one and we can prove it, then that's the time to believe in them. You shouldn't believe they exist before. You know, just.
What if it's something that used to exist and we just don't know it because they were intelligent enough to bury their dead? What if it's something like a saber-toothed tiger or a woolly mammoth?
Gigantopithecus.
Yeah. Yes, but yeah, suppose it could.
I mean, everything seems to be smaller now than it was at one point, right?
Yeah.
So what if it's something that used to exist?
Right. That is one theory, what they call Gigantopithecus, I think, and it's like it went extinct, but they're saying maybe it didn't, and that's what Bigfoot is.
Oh yeah, like Loch Ness monster. That's supposedly was it Diplodocus or something? Like possibly.
Oh, like a leftover dinosaur or some shit.
Yeah. Because you can get out to the sea from Loch Ness, you know, like underwater. So they reckon it could, you know, be breeding. But again, the correct time to believe it is once we have enough evidence, and we don't. So kind of screwed either way, you know.
Well, I agree with you, but I also wouldn't equate the two, because playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
The Loch Ness monster is based on very local sightings, right?
Yeah.
Bigfoot lore is not only based on a wide variety of sightings across different generations and different geographical regions and different places, but also because some Bigfoot-like figure seems to exist in a lot of mythology across the board. You have the natives who had a Bigfoot-like creature that they considered like a guardian of the forest. In Hindu, Umbaba, the guardian of the forest, is like a ape man, like a giant ape man, right?
Yeah. But isn't that like dragons? Like the Chinese have dragons, and the dragons in the Bible, and there's a lot of dragons myths around the world. Is it not just that kind of thing?
Well, dragons is a little different because dragons were, even though there are dragon myths across the world, what a dragon depicted was very different across the world. And you don't find that with the Bigfoot lore. The Bigfoot lore is surprisingly consistent, right? With the dragon, on the other hand, the Chinese dragon is considered a serpent-like whiskered water creature with short legs, right? Not a giant flying dinosaur lizard. Like two very different concepts with the same name. Do you see what I mean? And that's also different from the idea of the ape man.
Plus, you've got the abominable, I can never say that word, abominable snowman as well. Isn't that like in Antarctica?
Right, the Yeti.
Yeah, the
Yeti, Yowie, hairy man, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Swamp man,
America, North America, Canada,
Orang Pendek, But hey, who's Pike? What's his comment about Walter?
Oh yeah, I think it was in Bond. You mean the one in Gangster Ghosts? Yeah, it was just me, pretending to be angry again with the Christian, just having a laugh like. But yeah, it was quite funny.
I never heard of Pike. So what happened? Tell us about
it. He's called Christian Pike. I think it's the first time. Oh no, it wasn't that one. It was a different one. No, it was quite. I did end up calling him a bigot, a sexist bigot, because we were talking about how women can't teach men, in churches, and he said, "Oh yeah, it says it in the Bible, so I believe that's moral." So I did end up calling him a kind of sexist bigot. But apart from that, we got on quite well.
Bond, get us a clip, a link or a timestamp or something. I want to see it.
I think I started playing it the other day. Were you here midnight? Welcome back, by the way. Midnight.
Yeah, I was here when he was playing it. I wasn't paying too much attention to it.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it.
Midnight can't be bothered with such things.
Thanks for
So maybe I missed it. What was the question you kept repeating? What was it about?
I can't remember now.
Okay.
I've just been on so many streams over the last few days. They just all melded into one. Do you know what I mean? I can't even remember. I know it was about women teaching in the church, but I can't remember the actual question. Bond might remember better. Oh, this is it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll just carry on from where we were playing it the other day. I'll screenshot. Yeah, he got very frustrated with me. But I never know whether it's me being thick or them. Do you know what I mean? I mean stupid, do you know what I mean? But it's me not understanding now. I think most of the time it's them, to be fair, but...
is this it right here?
This is God. Did he tell you it was God?
I think that I used to use phrases like gut feeling before I had these experiences, so I can understand why it's tempting to say that. But it really is like you're fellowshipping another person, but there's no body there.
Yeah, but did they explicitly say that they were God? How do you know it? Oh yeah, it was about. He said he had an experience with God. That's why he's a Christian. And I was trying to get him to explain exactly what the experience was, and it took him about
This poor guy doesn't. He just looks like he doesn't know what's about to hit him.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly where.
Apparently, God has favorites.
What's that?
Apparently, God has favorites. He only appears to some people, while not others.
Yeah, that's another problem.
You can't explicitly say something without a mouth. That's part of the body.
So he didn't. God came down to you as a spirit. He didn't say he was God, and he didn't talk to you.
Well, when you're using terms like say and talk, those terms often invoke things that we associate with human bodies. It's
plus you might have noticed.
Wait. So he just no. He's saying when you say and talk, these are things we associate with human bodies. But God clearly spoke to several people when he fucking wanted to, and it said that they heard him. Right.
Yeah.
On top of that, if it is not oral, what was it, written? Because aside from that, you're just assuming what you feel it was.
Telepathic.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Yeah, so he said that this demon or spirit. No, he said spirit came down, and somehow he actually, if I rewind it a little bit, he actually says he just got a feeling that it was God. That's what I was asking him. Did the spirit explicitly let you know that he was God? And he said, no, I just got this feeling that it was.
I think there has to be some sort of communication, even if it's like pictures, right?
Yeah.
Like without communication, is it just like, you can say it's instinct and that's fine, but you can't say because of this instinct that would, I don't know.
Telepathy is probably what they would say. I don't know.
Yeah, just basically gut feeling. Yeah, I just felt the spirit came down, which I don't know how you would know.
He thought it sent it right into my brain. You know, like
yeah,
thought it right into my brain. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you got a gut feeling that the spirit was God.
Now, if you have an intuition that there is something bigger than you out there, that's fine. I'm not questioning that, right?
Yeah.
But saying that intuition means you had an experience with this thing is a completely different thing. Like, I'm going to need more. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to invalidate his experience. I'm just saying calling your experience an interaction with this thing when the entirety of your experience is feelings is strange to me.
Yeah. That's basically what I said. Yeah. So, like, if I go out into the street and talk to someone, I could at least describe that experience to someone else later. But he didn't even seem to be able to describe the experience. You know what I mean? It was weird.
Well, even if somebody shot telepathic communication into my mind, I could tell you, I could be like, I heard this in another voice and I know like it did not come from me. Or I could be like, you know, I just started seeing these images flash in my head for no reason. And so I followed them and this is what happened, right? Like I could say anything, but to just be like, I had this experience because I felt something. That's where I'm like, why is that? And
he said, I'm not going to be able to explain it to you because you don't believe in spirits. But I said to him, like, I'll just grant you that spirits exist. And I know what you mean by spirits. So now can you describe? And he still couldn't describe, like, the experience.
Can we hear a little more? This is interesting. I haven't seen this.
Genetics and DNA works.
Just an amateur student.
Yeah, no, I don't either. But you know the basics. If you have the same father, you have the same DNA.
Yeah.
Okay. So where does the spirit bit come in?
Because it has to do with the nature. It's the same reason you can have twin boys and one of them is a wholesome person, the other one's a murderer.
Again, that makes no sense. That's nothing to do with like spirits. You can have twin boys and one of them's a wholesome person, one of them's a murderer. That's just life. Do you know what I mean?
Right. He's saying if it's not DNA, then it must be their spirit.
So yeah, I think he means like soul or something. They've either got a good soul or a bad soul. So they're either like born destined to be a murderer or destined to I don't know. No, that's just how people work.
I know that you believe that. I'm talking about what I believe.
Okay. Go, Richard. But why do you believe it?
Oh, it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, that I had an experience with the Spirit of God. And then in studying out the scriptures, I found that I was able to make a closer connection and build a relationship more with that Spirit, drawing an obvious conclusion that it was related to the scriptures or that they were about that Spirit. And so it caused me to take a much deeper look at the scriptures than I otherwise would have.
Can I dig in on this experience you had? Again, makes no sense. He had an experience with a spirit. Somehow he knew it was God, which made him into the Bible.
I'm still bothered by the word experience.
Wow.
Now, if you sat up one day and you were just sitting on your bed, reading a book, minding your own business, and all of a sudden you hear a chair pull out at your desk across the room, and then you see this pen start floating across a piece of paper, and then you walk over and you read this note, that is an experience, right? You've had an experience with some sort of spirit that was doing something. But if I'm sitting on my bed and I'm just like pondering life itself, right? And a bunch of shit's going on and I'm just pondering and I feel something. That could be intuition, that could be a feeling, but is that an experience with another entity?
No, now you put it like that, yeah. It's like he was just like you said, sitting down one day. And he just had a feeling that God existed, so he believed it. Like the spirit coming down, he wouldn't be able to know that it was a spirit. That the spirit was God. There's no way he could know that because it didn't communicate with him in any way. So it's just like he was sitting down and suddenly got a feeling that God existed. So he started believing it and started reading the Bible. That's what it sounds like to me.
And the experience wasn't what Pixie was saying. The experience wasn't compelling enough. He had to then take that and go to the Bible to figure out some more shit. You know what I mean? But it sounded like you were about to press him. Yeah, it sounded like you were about to press him on this experience.
Yeah. Okay. With God, can you explain that to me? What happened?
I probably can't explain it, but you're welcome to attempt to dig into it.
Yeah. So what happened with your experience with God?
Do you know what a spirit is? Are you aware of what that is?
I don't believe spirits exist.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to be back in about 10 minutes. I'm not going to leave, but I'm going to come back. I'm going to be indisposed for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do.
Go to the bathroom?
I actually thought you were going to have a smoke.
I know. That's what you thought, but I just have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's okay too.
I thought you were going to get a milkshake. Anyways, so Wildheart, you said you don't know what a spirit is?
I don't believe that spirits exist. I know
it's going to be very hard for me to talk to you about a spirit if you don't believe they exist.
Yeah, but I'll go with your explanation. And this might seem a bit harsh as well, but it's the condescending tone.
Right.
Right. Do you know what I mean? I'll not go into it.
If you don't believe in it, you obviously can't understand what it is. Therefore, you won't understand anything I say about it.
Yeah, totally just
it is condescending. Like, just because I don't believe in your concept doesn't mean I don't understand your concept. Like, continue, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm really asking is, have you ever had any experiences in life that you feel that a spirit was involved in?
No.
Oh, I didn't mean for you to continue the video.
Like
you could have said something. I'm sorry. I bet that would be my response to him.
Because he was quite a pleasant guy, so I just don't want to bash him too much. But yeah, I have problems with, you know what I mean?
No, I'm not. I don't know him. I'm not bashing him. I'm just saying I'm just saying when Christians in general say that to me, I'm like, but really?
Yeah, that's what I mean. What? Yeah. If I went on talking about it, I would end up probably bashing him a little bit more than I would want to. He was pleasant enough. He just, believes a lot of bullshit, in my opinion.
But he believes differently than you. Yeah.
It'd be like me saying, "Well, look, Wildheart, if you don't believe in Bigfoot, then I'm gonna have a hard time, explaining to you."
Yeah, it makes no sense.
And that's what I was saying.
I don't need to believe in it for you to explain it to me.
Exactly. I wasn't bashing him. I was just saying when somebody says that, it comes across really condescending because, Just because I don't believe in it doesn't mean I don't understand the concept of it.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying you were bashing him. I was saying if I thought about it too much, I would bash him. Like,
oh, got you. Okay.
I know you were as well.
Before I don't know how to.
No. You said you had an experience with God. I'm just asking you to describe as best you can. It doesn't matter. I'll take your word for it that spirits exist. I'll give you every.
No, I understand that. Like, let me explain this differently. If I had seen Mount Kilimanjaro, you could take my word for it that I had seen it, but that still wouldn't give me the ability to project the image into your mind if you hadn't seen it.
Not an exact image, but if I go out into the street and meet someone, I could describe that situation. You're saying you had an experience with God, like any experience I've ever had, I could describe it to you as best I could.
I mean, I can attempt to, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
A spirit is kind of like a disembodied person.
Yeah,
it's a thing that exists, but doesn't exist tangibly. And so, like, if you.
Oh yeah, we went over this yesterday. Yeah, it exists, but me and Midnight did this. It exists, but it doesn't exist tangibly. I think we were saying that.
And did he even understand Did he understand your question? Because you weren't asking him what it is. You were asking him like his experience. You know, his personal experience, not what a spirit is.
Yeah, he's trying to explain what. Yeah, he's trying to explain what a spirit is, which wasn't. Yeah, you're right. It was
not the question. That's not the question. You know. Anyway,
he had an experience with God. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. But yeah, he spent half an hour kind of dodging around it and not really answering the question.
Your dad, the fact that he's physically sitting in the car with you on the ride to lunch is not the highlight. It's the thing inside of him that's animating him that you're spending time with. And it's the thing inside of you that's animating you that's spending time with that. The bodies are just sort of a medium for that exchange. So when you come in contact with a spirit, your inner man, the thing that's animating your body, is making fellowship with this other thing, but there is no medium. There is no human body there. You're skipping a step. So to speak. And so it's sort of like you would build a relationship with any person that you know that has a spirit. You know, if you go to town with your dad, you have a certain experience because your spirit.
Oh, yeah, no, I get what you mean by spirit, and I know that you believe they exist. I want to get to the bit. What was your experience with God? What happened?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. So if you could imagine you fellowshipping your dad without his body being there, like it would be sort of like that. You're having an experience with him, but the physical body is not there, just the force that's behind it. It's like that.
So a spirit came down to you. How do you know it was God?
It's one of those things you just sort of know. I mean,
that's it. Yeah, I think I gave up at that point. How did you know it was God? It's just something you sort of know. Well, fuck me. Thanks for that. I'm none the wiser. Yeah. It's just the sort of thing you just kind of know. Well,
and he compared it to like having a conversation with your dad.
Yeah.
Is that like saying I know because I cannot be deceived?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It's just something you know, and yeah, it's like presuppositionalism. I know and I can't be wrong because God told me, but I can't explain why He told me. Yeah. So
he's like, you know how you talk to people like your dad. Well, it's just like that, except you're like,
yeah,
there's no one there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly what he said. Yeah, it's like having a talk with your dad, except your dad's not there.
And you're not really talking.
You're just talking to yourself at that point.
And you don't know it's your dad, but you just kind of feel it. You just kind of know it.
Feel it in your balls. You know?
This poor guy.
One of those things you just get a gut feeling that this is God. Did he tell you it was God?
I think that I used to use phrases like gut feeling before I had these experiences, so I can understand why it's tempting to say that. But it really is like you're fellowshipping another person, but there's no body there.
Yeah, but did they explain? I know he means there's no body there, but when he says it like that, it's like fellowship another person, but there's no body there. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're talking to yourself basically. Explicitly say that they were God. How do you know it wasn't?
You can't explicitly say something about a mouth. That's part of the body.
Yeah. So he didn't. God came down to you as a spirit. He didn't say he was God, and he didn't talk to you.
Well, when you're using terms like say and talk, those terms often invoke things that we associate with human bodies. It's a means of communication that does not involve a human body.
Right. So what happened when?
I I thought it was just like
Yeah.
how you fellowship with another person. But all of a sudden, it's not.
Yeah, it's not. It's not even another person. It's God, isn't it? Yeah, it went from a spirit to God, and he just felt it in his gut. Fair enough. I can't really argue with that. Do you know what I mean?
Because I've met him too.
And you can tell the difference. Even
I'm
though
gonna say this, and I don't mean this to be rude, so I hope it doesn't come off as rude. But
No,
I feel like
I'm
being disingenuous.
not disingenuous. I'm being kind of sarcastic.
No, and I understand that, but I think you do get it more than you're letting on. You know,
Oh no, I do understand everything you're saying. Yeah.
have you ever gone to like someone's graveside that you knew that passed away and just sat there for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Have you ever had like that moment where it's like you feel like they're close to you and you can almost feel the way it used to felt when they were with you?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to explain if you've never had those kind of experiences.
Yeah, but I'm not. So how,
Other people have had those experiences.
Yeah, but how do you, so God came down to you in the form of a spirit, didn't say anything to you. How do you know it was God?
A spirit can't say things like that. It's a spirit.
Exactly. So how do you know it was God?
The same way that you would have known, like the way that I was going. I expected you to answer yes to that. So I was actually going to a certain thing. So I'm going to continue until you had answered yes for the sake of argument. So you go to say sit by someone's graveside, your sister, your mother, or whatever, and you're just sitting there in solace thinking about memories with them, and you kind of feel like they're close to you. You feel like they're sitting there. You feel their presence is drawing close to you again. You begin to experience as though they were there.
I've just thought as well that's slightly unfair. He asked me a question and I said no to it. And then he said, I expected you to say yes to that, so I'll carry on the argument as if you said yes when I said no. Bit unfair, but we'll let him off.
There, but their body is not there. And that's the reason you go to the graveside in the first place, is to feel that closeness to them. It's like that. You know that it's them. There's there's an identifying factor that within yourself, you know that it's them. Like you're not in question about what it is that you're feeling. You know that, oh, this is what it was like when that individual was with me. Like everyone's presence feel the same.
Wait, that's a really weird thing.
Like my brother.
I never understood the idea of going to a grave to feel close to someone, like ever.
Yeah.
I guess I grew up with people who leaned more toward the like. What was the one my grandmother at my great grandmother's? I think it was like something like, "Do not come to my grave and weep. I am not there. I do not sleep."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even if the soul exists, the soul isn't going to be at the grave.
Yeah, it's not there.
It's just the body.
Exactly. I never understood that.
And it's a bad analogy because like if that was your loved one, you would know how their presence felt, sort of, because you would experience it in real life, and you would have something to compare it to, and maybe a stronger claim that that's what you experienced when you were there. So for that reason, it doesn't work.
That makes no sense either. No?
Brother is different than my dad. So the fact that like I would sit at my brother's grave and think about him and draw close to him would be different if I was at my dad's grave. Like they're different people.
But doesn't the Bible say that God sends deceiving spirits? How do you know that it wasn't a deceiving spirit that God sent?
Here's another thing that bothers me. I can sit in my room and think about my grandmother and feel close to my grandmother. I still miss her, but I feel close to her.
Yeah.
I can sit in that same room and think about my dad and miss my dad and feel close to my dad.
Yeah.
Why does he need to go to these grave sites for specific people to feel specific presences? And like, it's all weird.
Yeah, you're going to feel those things just because you're thinking about that specific person, not because they have a soul and it's kind of hanging around or anything. Yeah.
Oh, and Wild, don't forget about the chat. I'm not telling you how to run your show.
You're fine. Yeah, I'm in different tabs, that's all. Oh, Gio, welcome. Good to see you, man. Get in. Apparently, I was mind blown. I think I was mind blown. Yeah, I just stopped talking like about 3 times. I just said, "Yeah, okay, then, whatever." You know what I mean? I just couldn't even think how to talk to him. Mr. T believes, and then he did this last one as well. He believes in the logical God and the impossible is possible. He said both of those things, and yeah, everyone thought it was fine. That's what I mean. And let me know whether it's me what's being stupid or them. Good. No, you're fine, man. It's fine. Good to see you, Gio. What was the mythology he used to determine God? The Bible, but only after he'd met God. He met God and then used the Bible to determine. I don't know. Don't know. Oh, methodology. Yeah. No, I think you were right the first time. He had a feeling that it was God. Yeah. He confidently asserts contradiction as if it's fact. Yeah. Is there anybody out there? I don't think so. I thought about just giving up talking to like Christians at this point, just after this chat.
You gave it a good go from what I've heard so far.
Yeah.
But this hold on. This
Yeah.
guy, who is he? Does he have a channel? What's his story? I've never heard of him. Because to me it seems like he's just not prepared for this. I'm just curious.
Yeah. Well, he's big screen because it was. I don't know whether he was like broadcasting it to his channel, but he was like, he's apparently quite a well-known guy. So I've only seen him on Gangster Ghosts and Missing Mods. I think he said he's got a channel, but he doesn't make any content. He doesn't make any videos or anything. So, but this is the first time I've talked to him, so I don't know a lot about him myself.
Been deceived. That is always a possibility.
Right. So your whole
it's possible that I'm adopted.
So your whole reason for believing the Bible because of this experience you had could be God sending a deceiving spirit.
Well, the problem with that ideology is when you go back and study the passages that talk about deceiving spirits, the way that we determine whether or not they're deceiving spirits is we compare them to the teaching of the apostles and see if they're leading us in the same direction.
Yeah, well,
or a different direction. That's the measuring stick. So the spirit that I'm referring to is always in agreement with the direction of the apostles, which is the measuring stick that we're given.
Measurement. So the measurement of the apostles. So the apostles said directly to you, or how would you know if God sent a deceiving spirit to fool you into following the Bible?
Well, that's not what deceiving spirits do. That's not the. Have you read the scriptures that you're citing about deceiving spirits?
Yeah, God sent.
They're not about following the Bible.
No, I'm just saying with you in particular.
Well, my point is, a deceiving spirit is a spirit that leads you in the wrong direction. It wouldn't lead you in the right direction.
Well, how would you know the difference?
Well, a deceiving spirit wouldn't say follow Christ as best you can, be good to everyone, turn the other cheek. It wouldn't. It just,
I think you're missing the point. Wild part that a deceiving spirit is something.
That's not true. That's not true. Because in order to be tempted, it can't be like, oh yeah, come this way and kill all your friends and I'm going to torture you, right? Like it has to be offering you something good and you have to believe that this thing is good, right? You have to believe that it's good. It has to deceive you into believing that this thing is good. Otherwise, you're not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, plus they would have had to come to the conclusion that following Christ was right separately in order to know that it was a deceiving spirit. Following Christ might be wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Also, they're wrong on another level. Matching the Bible doesn't make you correct. Ask the fucking Pharisees.
Yeah.
How well matching text makes you good.
Yeah.
Also, and I might have missed it, but because of this, what it seems like to me is because of his lack of willingness to describe this event that Wildheart wants to know about so badly. I'm unclear as to what the spirit even told him. He said he had the encounter with the spirit. He knew it was God, but then, I mean, like whether or not it's a deceiving spirit, I'm not sure what he said to him exactly.
That's a good point. Yeah, because he said that he didn't speak to him because they don't have mouths, spirits, and God doesn't have a. They literally.
No, he said a deceiving spirit wouldn't lead you in the wrong direction, and apparently it led him to Christianity, and he knows this, and his feeling about God means it led him in the right direction, which is very circular.
They must be like guide dogs or something, spirits. Just don't talk, just lead you in the right direction, you know.
And also, he knew it was God in the moment, but then he also had to go to the scriptures to make sure.
Yeah. Like I said, he met with God. God came down to him, and then he had to check with the scriptures to make sure it was God when God never.
So did he find the right God in the first religious book he read? Because that would also be interesting.
Yeah, why did he pick the Bible to go to after he met God? If it didn't tell him that he was a Christian.
And was it the only one? And was it the only one he went to?
Yeah. Yeah, I should have asked him that.
Like, if it's leading you in the right way, then it's the right kind of spirit, not a deceiving spirit.
So you don't need the spirit. You just follow the apostles.
There are a lot of religious people that follow the apostles without the intervention of the spirit. That's true.
I would say though that the spirit can be quite a lot of shortcut, and defeats a lot of hypotheses about the text of the Bible. It clears things up. It makes everything work together. Even things you hadn't realized don't really work together. And maybe you're not big on apologetics, but for me personally, guidance of the Spirit had already justified all of the Bible to me before I'd read. Well, actually, I'd only read one story.
I actually had the same experience. I found myself reading the Bible saying, I already understood that. That's the way that I need to see.
And I can give exact examples of that.
Is the one that wrote the Bible.
Yeah, there's no reason for an evil spirit to say, yes, the Bible is right, and here's how you justify it, and here's why the people who can't justify it are wrong.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Yeah, I think that's why I say have you
Pause
read
right there. Pause right there. That is an all-out lie. Because the most evil thing that you could do is to say, you're right. This is right. This is where you should go. This is what the Bible means. And this is how you justify it when you control everybody else to do it your way, right? Because if Westboro Baptist Church can take the same text as you guys and justify atrocious shit, anybody can.
Yeah.
Don't tell me they don't have a reason to say the Bible is real and you should invest in this and this is what it means. Yes, they do. Yes, they fucking do.
Yeah, it's like that. They say, how do you know that God wrote the Bible and not the devil? Because it would make more sense if the devil wrote the Bible, making God out to be a genocidal maniac, basically, like he is in the Bible. It would make more sense if the devil had wrote it, which would go along with the deceiving spirit. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm just saying, there would be a lot of reasons to use the truth to lie because it makes it more convincing and easier to twist and justify.
Yeah.
If you're talking about an evil, deceiving spirit, why would it not? You say it doesn't have reason to, but I think it does.
Yeah, that's
you're
what.
Right. Sometimes it's best to deceive people with the truth.
Yeah, you weave bits of truth in with the lie to make it to make it more convincing. That's who someone was like writing a lie or telling a lie would do, I think.
And I think that's an especially convincing argument when you look at how many Christians talk about how God is love and that's how they know God, but then turn around and spew a bunch of hateful bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
I was just going to ask Richard, you don't believe in supernatural things, but you believe in spirits?
Yes, like you have one, I have one. I believe this communication, although I can't justify the mechanism of it, is between natural beings who have brains.
So it's not supernatural.
I wish Richard was here.
I don't think there's anything supernatural about it any more than, and some people don't experience this, and I'd say that's some kind of a birth defect or handicap.
Oh,
hold on a second. I'm trying to answer you, man. Let me answer before you ask another question, please. So there are certain people who don't experience the kind of empathy and understanding of other people, but
yeah, I think the next 5 or 10 minutes is basically this guy believes that spirits are supernatural, and Richard also believes in spirits, but he doesn't believe the supernatural. So I was trying to get to the point of which one of them do I believe? They both believe in spirits. How do I work out which of them is correct when I can't do, like any tests or anything? I would just have to pick one and take their word for it. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. I think supernatural is just a place, sort of a stuff we don't understand yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. But I think that's basically the next 10 minutes. I don't know how long this goes on for. I mean, under the law,
this is
that just doesn't naturally happen, Wildheart. You're delusional.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I think that's it. Wait, I'm really trying to wrap my head around what they said.
Yeah, I'll go back a bit. Sorry about that.
And I'm not.
Yeah. I want to know why you call me delusional. I can't remember. Yeah.
Not that you want.
It's not bigoted. I'm just going along with what they teach. I didn't like it.
Oh, this is what I call bigoted. Bigoted
is
wrong.
good.
No, I like you accepting that. Oh, he's smiling there. I must have said something.
So I told them, and I certainly didn't get there to preach doctrine, but I just felt this crazy impulse to speak against women in the ministry. And so I told the congregation, I said, look, guys, I don't know why I feel to say this, but I just feel to tell you that women don't belong in the ministry for whatever reason, and I moved on. Well, after the service, I was shaking the pastor's hand. He said, hey, you did a good job, whatever. And that one guy with the group that was traveling there walked over to me and shook my hand. And he goes, young man, that was a fine service. I enjoyed that. I think God has a lot in store for you. God bless you. And then he left. And when he left, the pastor of the church said, Christian, I know you don't know this, but that man's wife is his pastor. So I have had many things like that happen where I knew it was the hand of God intervening.
Sorry, Richard. I've got to intervene. So do you believe that women shouldn't teach?
The scriptures are very clear that women do not belong in the fivefold ministry of the New Testament.
I don't, Christian Pike, I don't like you very much.
Okay, well, I didn't write the scriptures.
Yeah.
I like you, buddy.
Actually, it's not
No, I
quite
like you
clear.
except the women.
There are many debates over it.
Oh, it's not clear. I thought you said it's not fair.
Yeah, there is a verse that says that women should not speak without in the church, and that they should have their heads covered and all of this. But there's a lot of scholars and historians who believe that that is more of a statement of necessity at the time and less of a statement of the overall practice, given that A, Jesus had female followers, B, the early churches had female leaders, and this is very well documented in the fact that it was Sister Phoebe who was entrusted to deliver the census documents to Rome, and there were several other female leaders named. There's a lot of there's a scholarly argument that says what he is saying there is that women should not speak up in church and disrupt things, that they should learn and they should know things and they should come back with their head covered. Like knowledge. They should come back with knowledge, basically. And that it was fair at this time because it existed in a time where women were not educated as men were. And just because you think somebody is capable of teaching and capable of learning doesn't mean you have time to play catch up with everyone.
Yeah. We actually went into that because there were prophetesses as well, which were like...
No child left behind.
Yeah. Oh,
sorry, I had to.
Yeah, with the Catholic Church, no Charles behind left.
I'd cut the page out if I could.
Well, that means your morality is better than your God's.
Well, that's the reason I don't cut it out.
So, you think that women should be equal to men?
What do you mean when you say equal?
Equality.
That's not
equal. Should women be able, in your moral opinion, should women be able to teach in the church the same? Of course not.
The Bible's very clear about that.
But it's your opinion as well. Your moral.
Not just my opinion. It's what the scriptures clearly teach.
Yeah, you seem like a nice guy, but you're just bigoted.
It's not bigoted. I'm just going along with what they teach. I didn't like it.
But you see, that's another thing. That's another thing about knowing you are talking to God, even though God's not talking back to you, is that this interesting thing starts happening where your interpretation is always correct and God always agrees with you, and you know because you're talking to God. But everybody else feels the same way and says something different, and I find that odd too.
Yeah, they did that experiment, didn't they? You know about when they scan your brain. And they ask you what you think about something, and one part of the brain lights up. Then they ask you, like, what does someone you know think about the same thing? And a different part of the brain lights up because you're putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Then they ask you, what does God think about it? And the same part of the brain lights up as if it was you thinking it, which I think is a bit of a giveaway that... Yeah, it's all in the head.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
That is. I see what you're saying. That's a good point. To me, like how quickly he answered your question. Oh no, the Bible's very clear. No, they shouldn't teach in the church. That was shocking to me. Like he didn't even try to finesse it. He didn't try to finesse it whatsoever.
It's official. He hates women.
Yeah. Yeah,
which is bigoted. It seems like that. Then he stopped there when he was like, "No, it's not," but because God says,
like he said later on, like women should be able to do any other job that men can, except minister in the church.
Moral of the story: if God is bigoted, it's not. Then you can't call it bigoted.
Oh yeah, well obviously, yeah, they'll use that one as well, but in my opinion. It is. They'll claim it's not, but it is.
I think it's right for women not to be equal to men.
I think that is what the Bible is. And my ideas of right and wrong default.
Yeah. So you don't think women should be equal to men?
Well, that's not really what equality is, because men are not.
Hold on. Equality.
But that's not equality, Wildheart.
That is not equality. It's not even equity.
Hold on, Wildheart, can you?
Pixie, can you explain that? Because Richard seemed to agree as well. He said that men should be able to do something, minister in the church, that women can't, when that's not about equality. It's got to be us. Is that me being sheep?
I can't explain that.
There is no way to explain that. Even if you put a positive spin on it, right? Which I've heard people try to do. Even if you say something like, men had the church and women had the world, blah, blah, blah. It's still not equal.
Yeah,
it's not equal. Now, equity is an entirely different subject. Equity and equality are not the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why Richard would agree with it. He said it's nothing to do with equality.
Seems like
no, I will fully admit that there are things that a man is more generally capable of doing than a female, particularly me. There are things men are more physically capable of doing than I am, right? And I would even argue psychologically, like, capable of doing things that I as a woman cannot. And I'm not saying that
I think that
to disadvantage myself. I'm not saying that to disadvantage myself. One story that I found really interesting by the C transitioner was, she said, and it really put something into perspective for me. And I'm not saying women couldn't teach. I'm saying women would offer something different to a different crowd. I'll put it that way. But
yeah, I get what you're saying.
But I don't think they should be restricted from it. But what they said was, the interesting thing that really like got me thinking was, they said they didn't understand before first transitioning and then detransitioning how much hormones played a part in the way you process information. He said even before they got put on estrogen, right? Even before that, just when they started taking hormone blockers alone and their testosterone levels started dropping, they said the first thing that they noticed was that as their testosterone levels dropped, they started losing the ability to compartmentalize. That the ability to compartmentalize and shut things off suddenly became very hard, and it became like an active thing to do. Whereas before, he could just be like, no, I'm not thinking about that right now, and just set it aside and keep going. That became like a chore, a task to do that. It became very difficult. And then he said, I thought at that moment that I was experiencing too much emotion, but he said I had no idea, because when they put me on estrogen, all of a sudden I was flooded with all of these emotions, and I didn't know how to contain them, and I didn't know what to do with them, and all of it felt like I was feeling everything very, very deeply. And I had also lost the ability to compartmentalize, and it was just this whole new world, right? And so that alone tells me we obviously operate very, very differently, but I don't think that makes me less capable of an intellectual job. I think that it means that I would process and communicate in a different way. And maybe some people need that and some people don't, and that's okay too.
I mean, having known both you and Halsey for like 3 years, I would say you two you're both still women, obviously, but both of you are very logical. Like you really don't see that in many women. You know, I don't know whether you have higher testosterone than most women, but are still women. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting how much hormones play a part in who we are. You know, how we function. You know, that is very interesting. Awkward silence.
Sorry, I had a phone call. If it's not one thing, it's your mother. You know.
I do not have elevated testosterone levels. I do have low estrogen levels.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So
but
yeah,
that was,
no, I was just saying that from my experience, both you and Space are just a bit different than most women.
get in bondage upon. You all are awesome. In case nobody has told you all today. Thank you very much, Bob.
I don't know. I don't want to get bogged down in it, but I'm not sure like the ability to think logically and stuff is more closely associated with testosterone versus estrogen. And like I feel like a lot, like for example, if you started taking testosterone, maybe you started like being a bodybuilder or something, you wanted to like juice up, right? Well, then you can start feeling a whole host of emotions that you didn't feel before.
That's
And
synthetic testosterone, by the way.
No, it's different. It's different. So he did go in. No, he went into that too. He said, it's not that. One second. Hold on, the dog. Okay. He said it's not that he didn't feel. It's that what he felt and the way he processed what he felt was so vastly different that he said with testosterone, you have to learn to compartmentalize, and you have to learn to contain like your competitiveness and sometimes aggression, right? Like prone to fist fight. And but when it was estrogen, it was very much like the empathy was absolutely out of control, like even to almost a self-detrimental level.
Oh yeah.
And compartmentalizing and like he couldn't be like, I don't want to think about that right now, and just not think about it, right? Like it became a whole active thing to try to separate himself from that thing that he was feeling, like almost in a consuming manner. And that learning to process one way was very different than learning to process another way. Not that, I mean, both sides can be logical, both sides can be illogical, right?
Yeah.
One side can be prone to hysteria, and the other side can be prone to unnecessary aggression, right? But what is being filtered and how seem to be very, very different between the two hormones. And I don't think that means one is less capable. I think that means both sides have strengths and weaknesses and present different things.
Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah, it's like autism. Like it's not a disease or it's just a different way of thinking. It's kind of that kind of thing. Both are, like I said, both have the strengths and weaknesses. It's just different ways of kind of doing the same thing. Cool.
Bear children? No, that's different. Are you equal to women in that way, Wildheart? They should have the same rights under the law. That's natural. That's natural. That's equal under the law. Women should be able to do all the same things that men do.
That's impossible.
Yeah, they can't.
That can never happen.
Not naturally, not like biologically. I mean, under the law. This is
that just doesn't naturally happen, Wildheart. You're delusional.
Under the law.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
I really don't like how Richard said that.
Yeah, I was trying to get across that there should be the same rules for men and women. Obviously, that men are better at certain sports than women. I know all that. But they seem to go with the biological. I was talking about the law should be the same, and women should be able to do the same jobs if they're physically and mentally capable of doing them. I think that might be where the confusion was.
It's just a weird definition.
As I said, I do have a big problem with him saying you're delusional. That never solves anything. It kind of pisses me off, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know I won't talk about it. I don't know what's happening with it. No.
So why shouldn't
he's from Great Britain, where everybody's woke.
Well, I'm not trying to be like anti-woke, but it's just nobody in the world is equal. Like a guy with no legs. No, I don't mean equal in that way. Yeah, obviously a 6'4" basketball player can play basketball. Yeah, like what do you mean when you say equal? Women should be equal to men. They should have the same opportunities, including teaching in the church. But the church has nothing to do with government.
So you're saying that women shouldn't have the same opportunities as men?
I'm saying that the scriptures are very clear that God does not call women to the ministry.
Yeah. So you're saying that women shouldn't have the same opportunities as men?
Opportunities is like a job thing.
Wait,
Wild
Heart, I'm sorry.
But ministers in the church is a job.
Definitely is.
Actually, that's also debatable. Although my grandfather was a preacher, he didn't accept a salary from the church because he said that preaching the word of God was not a job, that a man should work 6 days a week to earn his bread, and he did. He also worked for the city.
Yeah, I get that. That's. I mean, it is a profession. Most preachers and ministers, they do it as a profession. They get paid. I get that. You know what you're saying.
I found out that the Orthodox Church doesn't allow them to be paid.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, just a tidbit.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I didn't know
that. Rude. I'm sorry to be rude. Wildheart, do you understand that the Bible calls women to do very important things that are not that?
Well, is there a distinction made between women preachers?
So wouldn't it be equal to say that men, according to the Bible, aren't allowed? They're not equal to, they're below women because men are not called to do those woman things.
What are those woman things?
Like what?
That's beside the point.
No,
you see my point?
You see him laughing. What are those women things? Yeah, you know, what I'm like cooking and cleaning.
Yeah. My thoughts exactly. What are they?
Also, it's not beside the point because as generally fitting as you could make it to both sides of the issue, you're always going to have outliers who no longer have a choice.
Yeah, he referenced these jobs. What are they?
Yeah. I think we get to that.
Or not?
No, you said it. No, I know. I'm onto something. What are those woman things that women should do?
Okay, so the Bible says that women should do certain things.
That kind of thing.
Make sandwiches.
Now you're just trying to be humorous.
That was humorous, to be fair.
Not in this situation. I don't think it was. But okay, so women are called, first of all, to be teachers.
Teachers
in the Bible. No, not teachers of men.
And men called. This is.
Well, that's clearly sexist. They're called to be teachers, but not teachers of men. That's got to be sexist.
I gotta hear this. I gotta hear this out.
Are men called to be teachers of men?
Yes.
Yes, but they're not men are restricted.
Well, actually, technically, she's the teacher of children, which makes her a man's first teacher. So there.
Yeah, that could work. I just like how he's laughing. He's just pissing himself because he knows he's in the shit.
You're cherry picking. It's as simple as this, David. You're cherry picking the text. You're being unfair. I do not appreciate it, and I'm trying to point it out.
Richard, don't overtalk me. Are men called to be teachers of men?
Yes.
Are women called to be teachers of men?
Not in a certain time frame, no.
Therefore, that's not equal, is it?
That's your random definition of equal.
Right. That's his right.
How the fuck is that a random definition of equal?
It's not necessarily a definition.
I'm still stuck on the fact that they just lied to themselves. If women have to teach, if a woman's place is with the children at home, then she is every man's first teacher.
Yeah.
She's every man's teacher until adulthood. So what do you mean she can't teach a man? She taught every fucking man, apparently.
Yeah.
How are you even making sense to yourself?
That is definitely a good point, and I'm it's funny that they didn't realize that.
But I was saying, like, so a man can teach other men, but a woman can't teach other men. So I said, obviously that's not equal. And I said, how did you come up with this random definition of equal? That's what equal means. Men can do something that women can't.
That's where I disagree with you. I don't think equity and equality are the same thing. And that is where I do agree with Richard. I think when you want everybody to have the same, thing.
We weren't talking. We never mentioned equity. It was always.
No, Richard did earlier.
Okay.
He said it's not equality. That's not even equity. So equity would be like saying everybody across the board has the same thing, right? That's equality. Like equity. That would be equity. Everybody across the board has the same thing.
No,
but equity isn't really equal because.
Yeah. No, but I was never talking about equity. I know,
but that's how they're talking about it, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And maybe that's where the confusion is, because that's how they're talking. That's how they seem to think you're speaking about it, as in equity. But equality is more like I give everybody the same start, and where you go from there is on you, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if 20 years from now Sarah's behind Joe, then me helping Sarah is not it's not equal anymore, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll provide equity because it'll catch her up, but it's not equal treatment. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I was talking about equality under the law. You
Right.
should have the same legal-
Even that's not true, Walthart. Come on.
But I think what he's saying is, I think the distinction he's trying to make, I think the distinction Richard's trying to make,
Yeah.
I think is that, you can provide, you can open possibility for what somebody is capable of, but it's almost irresponsible to open possibility for something they're not capable of, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the idea of equality can only go so far. And don't get me wrong, while almost everything a human can do, both sexes can accomplish, there are things on the fringes, that the other side just can't do.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's never going to be perfect.
David, this is exactly the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
That is the definition of equality.
No, this is exactly the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Okay, I'm gonna get it up.
No, that's not even the point whether or not that's the definition of the of equality. But the point is that.
No, didn't I just say that is the definition of equality? And Richard jumped in and said, no, that's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So I said, okay, I'll get the definition up. And he said, that's not even the point. It's not about the definition. It's not about the definition of equality. Isn't that what just happened?
That's what I heard. Yes.
Okay. Just check.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Bible equally calls.
Sorry, go sorry.
Well, I just wonder, and not that Richard didn't have the right, because his opinion is always appreciated. But I wonder how the conversation would have gone if it had been maintained as a one-on-one sort of. It seems like it might have gone because the presence of Richard's interjection almost took it sideways a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah. No,
men to act and do certain things, and women to act and do other things.
I know that's what the Bible says. I'm saying, is it your moral opinion that the Bible is correct when it says women can't do the same things as men, because that would make you a bigot?
It is my moral opinion that the Bible is correct.
Right. That makes you
that doesn't make a person a bigot. It makes you, David. Actually, it makes you fairly drunk because you're not normally like this.
No.
Tell me you have not been drinking. Tell me you're not at least partly drunk. Go ahead, tell me that.
I mean,
I have been drinking, but I'm making good.
That is beside the point. I don't think you've made a point that wasn't that.
Yeah, no,
I don't think that was fair. I don't think that was fair.
I say that in a minute. Yeah, it's only because I've seen this before, but I say exactly that in a minute.
And I would say something to the effect of.
Argue my point.
It's a yes.
Argue my point rather than
people do sound better to themselves when they're intoxicated.
So argue my point instead of you being drunk and ignoring it. The Bible
I will argue
has
Richard's point. I get that he says that they're being treated equally because God called women to do something and men to do something else, but he called both of them to do something for him. I get that, right? But when the option, when you don't get to when you feel like you're not suited for the thing you're called to and you're better suited for something that is off limits to you, it doesn't really fucking matter what the book says you were called to do, does it?
Yeah. And I'm talking about, like, when he says I'm drunk, therefore your point isn't valid. My point is valid whether I'm drunk or not. He can either answer it or he can't. Saying I'm not listening to your argument because you're drunk he's not countering the argument. That's just not fair. Well, I'm not going to talk to you, goes.
I do think that was a low blow, and I don't.
Yeah. Richard seems to have been very adversarial towards Walthart in this.
Like, it would be different. It would be different if you were belligerent. It would be different if you were like yelling or like causing a scene. But you haven't done any of that, and I think that was not necessary. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and you literally are always like this. You know?
Drunk. Yeah.
This is how you are. This is exactly the type of questions that you ask, and
that's a good point.
I don't understand like how you were out of pocket in any way.
Yeah, I'll call you a bigot any day of the week if I think you're a bigot. I don't know.
You're a bigot, Wild
High
Heart.
sex of social responsibilities.
Yeah, I am.
They're different from male and female.
Yeah, so it's not equal.
It's not
That is the
unequal.
weirdest definition of equality I've ever heard.
That it is not unequal. It is brilliant to take advantage of people's natural gifts. It is brilliant.
Is it equal?
So why is equal better than applicable for human animal? Why is equal better?
No, I'm just saying, do you believe in equality?
I'm addressing your argument. Why is equal better? You seem to think that equal is better.
I'm not saying
because it did. Because
why are
it
you arguing for it?
Because it doesn't stereotype a certain class of people as unworthy or lesser than. That's
I'll say why equals better.
Yeah.
I'll say why equals better. Equal is better because it doesn't presuppose equity, and it gives you personal responsibility, right? If it is right that most women would fit this and most men would fit that, then most women and most men will naturally filter themselves thus, just because their lives will be happier with thus. And those outliers get to pick the opposite side because outliers always exist. But it also brings in personal responsibility because you are responsible for the choices you make and how you get there, right? It's not, of course it's better than being ordered to do something, and you can call it called to do something, you can call it predisposed to be in the kitchen, you can call it whatever the fuck you want, but it doesn't change the fact that it removes autonomy and responsibility. And therefore I say equality is better.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I was trying to get to the fact that if I ask Richard and this guy, do you believe in equality? They'll say yes, but they're arguing against it. Do you know what I mean? If I was talking about any other topic, they would say yes, I believe in equality. And
you know who I think should get special treatment? The kids. Just the kids. That's who should get special treatment.
Yeah, because God doesn't send so. Yeah, in the Bible, magic book. So yeah, the rules don't matter anymore.
Do you believe? Look, we're gonna have to move to a different subject because we're getting bogged down. Obviously, Wild Heart thinks that there's some virtue in all people being exactly alike. I don't feel that way.
No, not people.
I think men should be able to get pregnant.
Rules. No, not biologically.
It's ridiculous.
Obviously.
Very niche definition.
No, that's not fair. Again, I have to say that that's not fair because at the very beginning of this, you said, I don't mean biologically, I mean legally and with opportunities. And when they get frustrated and they get hostile, they immediately go back to men should get pregnant. Well, that was one of the first stipulations you made. So I don't know why we're here.
I said it about 3 or 4 times during the conversation. And actually, men can get pregnant under very rare circumstances. A man can be born with ovaries and all the parts, and they can get pregnant. It's like a rare genetic disorder or something.
Intersex, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So some men can get pregnant, so they're wrong on both counts. You know what I mean?
There are also people who were assigned female at birth and grew up thinking they were a female. And then they have some complications and go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, surprise, you have testes that never drop.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of that as well.
Yeah.
For anybody?
Equality is the right of different groups of people to have a similar social position and receive the same treatment.
Okay, we're not talking about social positions.
And receive the same treatment. Do you believe that a woman should be able to teach in church like a man does?
Of course not.
Then you are a bigot.
I realize that that's what you think, Wild Heart, but that's not a strong case that you're.
Okay.
The reason it's not is because when you say social positions, you're speaking about working in the government or getting a job or teaching at school. You have to understand that religious people view their religious text and their religious practices as something separate from secular society. There's a whole difference there.
And that's exactly the point. The rule applies.
It's okay to be bigoted in the church because God was bigoted, and that's not social. So I'm not.
Yeah. The rule applies to everything except my religion, my particular type of my particular denomination of Christianity. And the rules don't apply, but it's not bigoted. Yeah, it fucking is. Do you know what I mean? It just
I've still yet to hear any roles that a man is forbidden to take, and they may exist, but I'm not sure exactly what they are.
Yeah.
Now, I understand like people not appreciating that because I was not raised up religious, and so it was a bit of a thing for me to come to understand, not having been raised that way. But religious people view their religious ideas and practices in life different than how they view their secular responsibilities.
It also says receive the same treatment. So if a man
in social things, yes.
Is church not a social thing?
No, not in the way that you're reading. No,
church is not a social thing.
That's not its point.
Yeah, I don't want to argue. I mean, maybe we have an honest difference.
Yeah, no, sorry, Kevin.
I'm happy to move on. I really don't want to get bogged down on something that we just.
Yeah, sorry, that's me. Sorry.
If I had written the Bible wild heart, it's possible that I would have written it differently.
Usage of a word.
No, that's fair.
I was referring back to that so that you would see the humor of it and laugh.
No,
Thank you for obliging.
You just had to go at me for making a
skill set entirely.
That's my question.
I think I've got a good point. What if we change it for men and women?
Does anyone want to continue? I don't know.
I'm just confused at why this got overly hostile really fast. And I don't think you're being unreasonable, and I don't think your questions were met fairly. But that's entirely beside the point.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was all their fault, and a lot of it probably was my fault, but I just got so like confused and just baffled at this point with their arguments that
I'm pretty baffled. I feel like I went in a giant circle, and I'm not quite sure that anything was ever addressed.
Yeah.
Into black and white. White people should be able to teach.
Those differences don't exist between black and white. Used to justify and deny slavery.
Again, so but you would not actually deny a woman the.
I'm just saying.
But see, Richard just made my earlier point, though. Maybe without meaning to. He said the Bible's been used to justify and deny slavery. Well, exactly. So how do you know? Not without telling me you felt it. How do you know which one's right? How do you know you can't be deceived? I don't.
If the
what
Bible,
is the experience beyond feeling?
Yeah. If the Bible can argue either side of an argument, it can't be a perfectly moral book. Because there can only be one moral thing. Either slavery is moral or it's not. And the Bible argues both sides. You can use the Bible to argue both sides, I should say. So it's clearly not perfectly moral. It can't be.
Well, I mean, even if you could say that it is, and it's man's interpretational faults, right?
Yeah.
But if it's open to interpretation, again, how do you know? Why? What other sign then? It's a feeling which says God agrees with me. Do you know that you're right, or even communicating with God, or that you cannot be deceived?
Yeah, especially when other Christians will use the exact opposite argument.
Right. And knowing that there are many denominations who absolutely disagree with you, how could you then say a deceiving spirit would never have a reason to convince you to point you in the right direction and convince you it's true and use it to mess with you?
Yeah, if you're both claiming that the Holy Spirit has guided you to the right moral conclusion, but you're arguing against each other as to what that is, then clearly one of you.
Then how could you possibly believe that a deceiving spirit wouldn't point you to the right book?
Yeah, exactly.
And although the Bible it absolutely has social elements to it. I mean, would you deny?
It's not a social endeavor.
Sure, it is. Sure, there's at least aspects of it that are absolutely social in nature. Would you deny that a pastor or a priest has?
Yeah, but I'll leave that open. But I think that's enough of that for one day. I might finish it off sometime, but
yeah, that was good. Yeah, there's a lot of gems in there.
Yeah. No.
I like how you can say, I don't want to get bogged down in this.
Yeah,
but I do want to leave it right where it is and walk away from it.
Yeah. I don't want to ask your questions.
But I don't want to get bogged down in it. Like who does want to get bogged down? Then let's move forward. Let's come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
That's exactly what being bogged down is. You just abandon it and walk away.
Yeah. Yeah, so if anyone wants to join, link is in the side chat. And has anyone else got anything they wants to chat about, or any topics or anything? Again, my mind's blown, so it might be frazzled for us.
Wild Heart.
Yes, Midnight.
Hello.
Hello.
Or as Donald says, hello.
Sorry, what did he say? He said what? Midnight?
What was
did you
that?
say? I didn't hear what you said, that's all.
I said hello.
Hello.
I was trying to say hello like Noodle from that yeah, you know Gorillas, right?
What's that?
Do you know Gorillas, right? The band?
Gorillas. Oh yeah, Damon Albarn from Blur. Yeah.
You know, one of these days, or maybe later, or maybe now, you should
No, it
play
was.
there.
It was Damon Albarn from Blur. He started Gorillas. I know the cartoon thing, but
Yes.
yeah, the singer was Damon Albarn. He was also in Blur. I was just saying the singer. I'm not having a go at you. It's just you. Yeah. Yeah, you acting like I said something ridiculous.
Do you think if I mixed like bits and pieces of an old Saliva song and made an intro out of it, that they'd copyright me?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it will be a mishmash of things, so I doubt it.
They shouldn't do because they go off algorithm and it's like bots searching for. So yeah, as long as you mix it, I imagine it will be okay. But I'm not an expert.
Okay. Do you know what song I'm thinking of?
I don't know.
You don't? Okay.
No, you probably. Yeah.
I always thought it would be fun to take that song and make an intro out of it, but the one that's like, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. You've seen and seeing is believing. Do you know what song? You don't know that song?
No.
I don't know.
Okay, anyway.
I'm Googling it right now.
I've heard of the band.
It's called Ladies and Gentlemen, and it's basically just like, it's not even like a song. It was just kind of like an intro song on one of their albums. And I would take bits and pieces of that song and make an intro out of it, and I think it would be really cool.
Yeah.
And then there's one point where he's like, "Can I have your attention, please?"
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
like
I just
like in a circus, like the.
Kind of. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I would tell you to look it up and play it, but I don't want you to get a copyright strike. Maybe backstage or something later.
Yeah. No, it's I should be careful now. Mind you, I can go back to my own show in 5 days. So.
I'll tell you to play it backstage later. I'll remember.
Cool. Yeah. So Midnight. Sorry about that. I was really interrupted. So, what was your point about Gorillas?
That you should play one of their songs, especially Dare.
We've just been.
No, we're trying not to get copyright strikes.
Fair enough.
Although, I think. Oh no, I only played Honeycrack this stream, I think, and no one knows who the fuck they are, so I won't get one for that.
But you know, before that song request, I think Wildheart said, "Does anyone have any topics?"
Yeah.
So and then Midnight chimed in, and I thought he was going to have a good topic. So I was hoping. It's not too late. Is my point.
All right. Well, I mean,
Come on, Midnight.
This is always a good topic. Do we really live in a simulation? I don't know. I always find the topic interesting.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. Yeah, I was just thinking. My gut feeling is no. I've heard the argument. My gut feeling is no. And how would you know if we were?
I mean, how would you know if we weren't?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like solipsism. It's pointless because you're not going to know either way. You know what I mean? It's like the Matrix. Once you get out of the Matrix, how do you know you're not just in level 2 of the Matrix and you're in you get simulation, and then it just goes on forever.
I'll go a step further and I'll say if you believe in a higher power, you by default believe we live in a matrix.
Yeah.
There you go. Good point.
Particularly if you believe in life after death.
Mm. Yeah.
No,
You may not look at it that way, but by default, that is your belief.
Yeah. It's like soul.
To answer your question, my reaction was, I don't know. I don't know if we're living in a simulation.
Yeah. It is tricky. I've heard the argument a lot, but yeah, there are several problems with it, and people argue both sides. But it is interesting to think about.
I mean, you could, if you're a believer, you can't argue the other side. You can't say this isn't a simulation. If you say God created all of this and God made us and God put us here, and when we're done here, we're gonna exist somewhere else or whatever.
So
then it doesn't matter how you describe it or what you say. You believe we live in a matrix.
Yeah, it's like it's God is a computer programmer under that. Because people who argue for the simulation, they say, "Oh yeah, it's just some kid in his basement." But
I am the
if you
architect.
believe in God, then
I
God is
created the
in his
Matrix.
basement. Yeah. So
You watched the Matrix before, right?
yeah, not all of them. I don't think I've
Well,
seen.
you really should watch 1, 2, and 3, even though 2 and 3
I
are
have.
kind of
Yeah, it was a while
rushed
ago.
because it's funny. It's funny. Movie 2 and 3 were literally made at the same time, so it's
Yeah.
it's just,
Like the first one is the best one, isn't it?
yes.
They agreed. Yeah, but I think I have seen the other two as well. And
Yep.
Pixie, you're not a mod. That is unacceptable. That shall be fixed. And welcome Jack Law 2.0. Oh my god, nice picture, same with the flat earth. Yeah, if you're a flat earther, you're on the side of religion. I'm not like that.
I mean, not always. I'm sure there are some atheist flat earthers out there.
I think there are, yeah. Although 90% of flat earthers are just trolls, I think. Pixie, they speed up matter closer to the speed of light. I think that should be. And what happens is the delay in the hardware that makes reality.
I really wish we could.
Sorry, a minute. Sorry.
I really wish we could play the Futurama episodes that actually deals with it. Deals with this subject of the.
Is it anime? Is it anime?
Oh my god! Yes, it is.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna do it.
Yes, we are. Just not fair.
Maybe. How long is it?
22 minutes.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna do it.
It's literally an episode that deals with simulation theories and all the way down.
Yeah. Oh, like Turtles. It's Turtles all the way down.
Yeah, it's a simulation all the way down.
Yeah. They call it antimatter, but it's just a second set of the matter they're speeding up. And there's what they're testing. Yeah, that could very well be true, but way above my pay grade.
What pay grade? You don't get paid.
Yeah. Okay, I kind of do. Yeah, but anyway.
Well, you get paid with adulation and people like you. That's how you get paid with.
No, I get paid benefits off the government for being disabled.
Are you though?
Mentally, yeah.
I've heard Midnight Challenge. Wild Heart on this same thing a few times.
I took a test. You have to take a test to get benefits in the UK. I took a test, and okay, mate. Turns out, yeah, I'm mentally not disabled, but yeah, can't work. Yeah, I'm not complaining or anything. I'm not bothered about it.
There are two people in my family who get disability.
Yeah.
One, they told he can't work, which I understand. It's because he'll be doing fine, but if he gets like too stressed, he'll go into psychosis, and then everything's a mess, right?
Yeah.
And so he doesn't work. And then my other uncle, he jokes around and he says, "I was so bad at working, they pay me not to." That's not the truth. The truth is, he's a vet, and he got full disability because the employers were tired of dealing with him, and they didn't want to deal with him because he's a type 1 diabetic.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is, it's a valid medical condition.
Yeah. So basically to like force him into early retirement, because in between jobs, he'd always go on unemployment and look for another job, right? And he ended up with a government job. And they wanted to get rid of him, but they didn't want to like cause a fuss about it because it's a government job, right?
So it was easier to like pay him to stay at home rather than.
Well, he's also a vet, right? He's also a veteran.
Yeah.
So between his VA benefits and everything else, they gave him full disability.
Yeah.
Because his diabetes was like so out of hand. Like his diabetes, it gets wild. He has to be on it. I've seen him at 0 before in like no time flat. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like I've seen paramedics amazed that he wasn't like in a coma, that he was able to talk.
Is it like type 1 diabetes? I've heard that.
Yeah, he's type 1. Him and my grandfather was, and my cousin is type 1. It's all boys with the same last name.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah.
Like it runs in the family. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's weird because my family's a little backwards. It's supposed to affect girls more than boys. But in my family, not only is it only boys, it's boys who share the same last name. Like it missed my brother, but my brother doesn't share that last name because it's on my mom's side. It's my mom's maiden name.
Yeah.
So the boys with my mom's maiden name have diabetes. 3 of them had type 1 and 2 of them had type 2, but they all have it.
Yeah, my auntie has type 1. Yeah, it's like really bad. She's in and out of hospital all the time. You know, she has to take injections and all sorts. Yeah.
Yeah, really and then the girl with, and they didn't want to deal with it, you know, like they didn't want to give him his breaks. They didn't, because he had to go like check his blood sugar and get his blood sugar up. They didn't want to deal with him when his blood sugar got too low and he went into an episode. They just didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
So they gave him full disability, and he jokes around that I was such a bad worker, they pay me not to.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's actually my favorite. He's my favorite uncle, actually. I adore him.
Yeah. I suppose it would be like health and safety as well. You know, like if anything happened to him while he was at work, you know, like insurance and all that, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so nobody wanted to deal with them, not even the government job. So, you know. But you wouldn't know that. I mean, we would go on hikes and shit together. People think he's fine, but you know, nobody thought he was worth employing for long. Even though he's a really hard worker, I never understood it.
Yeah, yeah. So it's all about money at the end of the day, isn't it? It's just
yeah, they considered him a liability.
Whatever makes most profit. Yeah.
Yep.
But like, if you really dug into it, you could say, who is disabled? Is this person actually disabled? And yada yada, you know? Because what if? I mean, but if I was going to push back, I'd say, well, there's a job for everybody out there, you know? And I'm not saying I hold that position, but what if I said that, you know, there is a job for everybody out there, so therefore no one's truly disabled? And what if you said, yeah, but those jobs are hard to find? Well, then should it be up to the government to provide that job? Because
but it's not even that he can't do the job, right? It's like I said, he could do the job. He was a good worker. the employers don't want him. They don't want him because he has to take extra breaks. He has to check his glucose levels. He might need sugar. He might need sugar really fast. He might have to drop everything and get a soda or get candy or something, right? Like even after he ate the other day, he ate his food, he ate my fries, and I still had to go buy him chocolate and a milkshake to get his blood sugar in the hundreds, right? They don't want to deal with that. And then what happens when he's working along, not paying attention to his glucose, and then it drops too far, and then he goes into an episode.
Yeah.
And when my uncle goes into an episode, he doesn't, like, it's different for different people. My grandfather, when he would go into an episode, he would act really silly. He would just be like, wee, like having way too much fun all of a sudden, and we'd be like, okay, dude, like move the kids away, you know. But my uncle has been arrested and thrown in a drunk tank because they wouldn't believe that he was having a diabetic episode, right? Because he was just trying to ask for orange juice, but he was so loud and belligerent about trying to get the orange juice, and he doesn't understand that he's loud and belligerent because he's in like a full-blown diabetic episode. Lucky he's not in a coma. And like he gets arrested, like shit like that. So what happens when that's going down in the workplace, right? Like it's not that he can't work, it's that the employer thinks he's too big of a liability.
Yeah, it's like it's not worth it to employ someone because you'll end up paying out more in insurance and medical care, and you know it's not
insurance, in medical care. What happens if there's a customer in there when he has a diabetic episode and the customer thinks he's drunk? Now you've got company complaints to deal with, and you've got to call an ambulance, and he already takes more breaks than everybody else because he's checking his blood sugar. Like it's not that he can't work or that he's not willing to work. It's literally that employers consider him too big of a liability to hire. And what do you do with that? That's not his fault.
Yeah, I have a similar story to that. Like before, I think before the pandemic, right? I applied to 7-Eleven, and apparently I got the job. So my job coach at the time and I go there. So then we talked to the manager. They're like, "Oh no, no, I'm currently busy at a new location. Come back." But he was just acting squirrely about it because we told him that I was legally blind and I would need extra help. And he's like, "Oh no, we don't want you anymore." Like.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
sorry, I'm blind, asshole.
Yeah, it's like it's not worth their time and effort. They would end up losing money and just, it's not worth it to employ you. Not you mean that. I mean a disabled person. It's just
whatever.
Yeah. That's how my uncle is. My uncle's schizophrenic, right? And they anytime somebody like knows that, or anytime like his meds need to be readjusted, right? It's uncomfortable for everybody around him. It's not that he doesn't want to work. He becomes a liability, and word gets around, and people don't want to hire you. And what do you do with that? Like, it's not your fault. It's not his fault he's schizophrenic any more than it's my uncle's fault he's diabetic, right?
Oh, Pixie, no, those people are just lazy. By the way, I'm being sarcastic. Please don't attack.
I didn't mean you. I meant like me as well. Like any disabled person, there's just a point where, it's not worth it employing that person because they're going to end up spending more money on, all the difficulties that.
I know. I know you.
Making it clear, I wasn't having a go at you personally. Yeah.
Yes, I know.
No, I get it. That's what I'm saying. I get it from the business side of it. Like, I get that the whole idea, like, if you're able to work, you should work. Like, I get that. But at the same time, employers don't feel that way. Employers think, if you have the potential to be a liability and I can hire somebody else, then I'm just going to hire somebody else.
Yeah.
Well, I understand all that, but my original thought was, is there still a job for everybody? And I wasn't referring to, your uncle specifically, but even him or Wild Heart or Midnight. Could we not ideally create that job? And wouldn't that be better than just telling them to, I don't know, stay home and collect a check? And I understand that corporate America might not want to take that risk, but my question was, is it not up to maybe it should be up to the government to put you in that position? Because I kind of do feel like there is a job for everybody.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the problem is then you're creating jobs that don't need doing in order to pay the. It's just easier to pay them.
That's not true. It's not necessarily true that it doesn't need doing. For example, there was a city that put their homeless to work cleaning up the streets, and they would pay them if they helped them clean the streets. And if they kept coming back, they would put them up in a hotel room and help them get a job and everything.
Yeah.
Like things like that are necessary. You need a clean city. Why not get help, right? So I mean, things like that are necessary. But at the same time, it's like there are certain people where it doesn't matter where you put them. It only lasts so long, right? Like, and my uncle, both of my uncles are a good example of that. It doesn't matter where you put my uncle who's a diabetic or how well he does. He's eventually going to have a diabetic episode. His blood sugar is eventually going to get out of whack. He's eventually going to need to take one too many breaks for your liking, right? My other uncle is a schizophrenic, and it doesn't matter where you put him or how great he performs. He can even go years being absolutely fine. One of these days, his medication is going to slip up. It's going to need to be readjusted, and rather than say something right away, he's going to try to deal with it by himself, and then he's going to go into full-blown psychosis. And what do you do with that?
That's the other thing as well. It's different with mental illness to physical illness. You might be physically able to do a job, but it would. Right, but
both of them are going to inevitably cost the employer. Was the point?
You know, I'm like here. God damn it! I've always wondered whether my visual impairment is a physical disability. Well, I mean, it would have to be physical, but at the same time, I can walk and do something else. So what defines a physical disability then? Because when you think about a physical disability, you think about people who are in wheelchairs or have lost an arm or something. But
it's literally that simple. If it's your eyes, if it's a physical part of your body, then it's a physical disability. If
but at the same
anxiety or
but at the same time, nobody could see that. Like you're talking about physically disabled. It's like somebody in a wheelchair or something like that. You could see.
Well, now my uncle's physically disabled, and you can't see his diabetes.
Fair enough. I don't know. I've always wondered whether me being visually impaired classifies me as physically disabled. I'm not sure.
I would say so, yeah. But
and again, I understand if corporate America, like Walmart, wants to fire someone because they take too many breaks. I get that, but like what I'm saying is that not the time that the government should step in and employ that person and work with their conditions and not discriminate against them because they have to take those sort of breaks physically.
Well, the government did take him in, and then they decided that they didn't want to deal with him either. And because they didn't want to deal with him, and because he's a veteran, they kind of helped to streamline his process for disability. He had a government job. Not even the government wanted to deal with him.
Jesus, that is harsh.
Yeah, because at some point it costs even the government efficiency. They have a job they have to get done too. And if they can pay somebody the same amount who doesn't have to take that many breaks, who doesn't have to go to the hospital in an ambulance twice a year, right? Who doesn't have to do these things, then that's who they're going to go with. And that's his last job was a government job. That's what he had before they put him on disability. Now, my uncle, I would agree there, but you also have to have my other uncle, my schizophrenic uncle. He worked for a long time. But the reason it worked was not only because he was on meds, but because him and my other uncle, who has since passed away, were partners. They drove a truck together. And so he had somebody with him, and they would trade off, and he had that companionship, and everything was great. But, like, is that a job he could do on his own? Absolutely not. Like, I wouldn't want him to. But it would also have to be somebody who understands what's happening, because you can't just assign him to a random person and then my uncle's in psychosis, right? It's I don't know. It's a whole thing, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Walter, you wanted a topic.
I would have settled for them managing the Social Security fund better and not borrowing from it. Also, I'm really pissed that they took pensions away but kept them for themselves. That was a sneaky move. They told everybody that pensions, we shouldn't have pensions, we should have 401ks. And they got everybody to switch over to 401ks. The employers liked the 401ks better, all of that good stuff. But when they did that, you know who kept pensions? The government. The government kept pensions. Why? Because 401ks were never ever better. Not ever. Should they take care of their people? Sure. Are they gonna? No. Halfway. I don't know. We have a pretty messed up system as it is. No system's going to be perfect. All systems are going to be flawed, but we seem oddly compelled to magnify the flaws instead of minimize them.
At this point, there's no turning back. So you know what? Just keep going full steam.
I don't know that we have a choice either way. Right? I think it's almost like a pattern.
Yep.
And then it gets too far gone. You're just rolling downhill at that point, and then you gotta hope you roll hard and fast enough to gain momentum to get back up the other side. I don't know. We always tend to, even if it's slowly. But it'll repeat and repeat and repeat because humans are human.
Yep.
I'm still hoping that if I'm rolling downhill and not slowly trudging uphill right now, that roll is fast enough that I don't have to slowly trudge on the other side of it. But I also don't ascribe to the world's going to hell in a handbasket theory. I really don't. I've said it before, but I think it's easy to feel that way. But I think it's easy to feel that way because we live in a time where not only does sensationalism sell, but we have instant access to sensationalized news globally 24/7. It doesn't take 3 months for bits and pieces of an event to trickle in from Europe anymore, right? It's right now. And if sensationalism sells, then nobody's going around talking about the good shit. Everybody's going around finding all the bad shit to report.
Yep.
And you're always going to have some bad shit to report globally 24/7. And so I think because we live with constant and immediate access, and because we live in a time where sensationalism sells and that is very, very played up, it is easy to feel as if the world is going to hell in a handbasket. But I think this is where humans humaning, and we always have.
You probably won't remember no one here, I think, but there was a woman around this community called Helena Handbasket.
Yeah, I know her.
Yeah, she was cool. She was really nice. Yeah,
she actually blocked me on Twitter a few years ago.
Yeah, I was not around for that person, so I don't know them.
That was probably like 10, 15 years ago. Sort of,
Yeah, I was
right.
definitely
Do you know,
like not around.
do you know what I said about copyright strikes? Fuck it. I'm going to do it.
Wait, which one are you playing then? Play Ladies and Gentlemen then.
By Robbie Williams. I don't know the words.
Oh, never mind. I thought you were going to play the Saliva song.
Yeah, we could play that next. If you put it in the private chat, or I'll get it.
No, I'll make you do it backstage. I really don't want you to get a copyright strike. If you get it, it's going to be your fault, not mine.
That's right. Yeah. I don't mind. That's good. I live down in Lemonster, there's nothing like you take your ass over here. That's me. I'm looking at you every day. You're my left I did. Tell me and saying you. I won't. Tell me and saying you. Got your shop in your eyes, never saw it in another eye, never know another eye. Monster, don't wake up, you come from the good strong, so monster, don't let you be. Send your faces, I will be around the faces. Yeah. You don't be some less than two people. Yeah, my God. What happened to them? Oh, yeah, and say you and say you yeah, that's right. Go. You gotta get the face, come on. Right, and to show you. Midnight.
What?
I think that's basically it. No, I mean that I was just saying.
What do you do?
No, the song was finished. I was just asking Midnight, will you let me entertain you? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I was talking to Copper. I said, Copper, what are you doing? I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Yeah. Although it would have been a valid question.
I don't know. You tell me.
Probably not. No, I probably can't. No.
That was awkward, but
Have you met Wild Heart? He's the king of awkward.
yeah, it's some sexual tension I'm picking up on. There's a lot of indefinite answers and ambiguity.
Yeah. When they say sexual tension, that normally means that I feel horny and she feels tense.
Okay, that was a good one.
Yeah. Right, I have to buy my tobacco. I'll be right back.
Midnight. Is Wild Heart your type?
No.
But if he was, would you tell us?
No.
So you're saying I've got a chance? Is that what you're saying?
You see what I did there, Wild Heart?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've not been able to think of that in 10 years. You just keep saying he's not my type, but it's a good point. If I was his type, would he tell me? Probably not.
Which says something. I don't know what it says. It says
I think he likes me more than his type because he's not willing
even if I did like him,
yeah,
I wouldn't let it be known.
Yeah. Which is a fair point as well.
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously that was a joke from my part. But yeah, no, he's not my type. He's somebody's type, just not mine.
Would you settle for him after a few beers, a late night?
No.
Yeah. Get the beer goggles off.
You know, one time, me and my husband, a long time ago before we were married, we took an eHarmony quiz one time just to see if it would match us. And like in like a week, he had like 20 matches. And like after 6 months or a year or something like that, I got a Dear John letter from eHarmony saying that they didn't have anybody in their database that matched me.
Wow.
Midnight takes
Yeah.
pleasure in that. That laugh. He was so content to hear that story.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, it just shows that she's, I don't know.
It was a deep laugh.
Schadenfreude. When you said
It was pretty funny. To be fair, it's not like he's laughing at my misery. I opened with before my husband and I were married.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Okay, fair enough. But
yeah.
but I don't know if it was answered. Would you come after a few beers on a late night, midnight?
I said no.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you.
I'll be right back. So.
I hear his feelings.
Yeah, I never got matches from eHarmony. I just got a Dear John letter saying that nobody in their database could match with me.
I heard that in a song. The only time I'm not familiar with that expression, Dear John, but I heard it in a Kodak Black song, and he was like, "This ain't no Dear John letter," and I was like, I'm not familiar with that expression.
A Dear John letter. So it comes back. It's as far as I know, and I could be wrong. So don't quote me on this. But as far as I know, it originated from like a military thing, like people overseas during war and stuff, and their woman would leave them while they were overseas, or they would be riding back and forth, and they'd get the Dear John letter. Dear John, blah 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 blah. I'm seeing someone. Whatever it is.
Why does it have to be John? Why couldn't it be like Dear Ray letter or Dear Thomas?
I don't know. Maybe because like John was a really popular name back then, or because John is like like Jane Doe, John Doe. It's like a synonymous. John was also used to mean like man, right? Who's the John? And so, you know, the Dear John letter.
Yeah, dear man letter. Dear man.
It could be any number of things. I just know that it was coined the Dear John letter. That I'm breaking up with you, or the it's you, not me, or the I'm seeing someone else, or I couldn't wait for you anymore, or whatever it was. And I believe that's where it got coined. Or at least popularized.
There was a little movie about 20 years ago called the Dear John letter, I believe, or Dear John. Yeah, there was also a movie. I think it's Leonardo DiCaprio, wasn't it? Fucking pretty boy.
Talking about Wild Heart?
No, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, sorry. Okay. What's your favorite Leo movie?
Shutter Island.
Okay, that's a good one. That's
Yes.
one of the, that was one of those head scratchers.
Yeah, and also what the fuck moments. It's like, what?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's my favorite movie, but I will say I think he gave. No. Yeah, I think one of his better performances was actually when he was a lot younger, and I think as far as acting ability, not as far as my favorite movie, but as far as acting ability goes, I think he did really well in What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
I like The Revenant. Remember that one? Where
I also gave him Titanic. That was a good movie too, with him in it.
Oh my God, I remember sitting in the theater, and I remember my sisters and their friends were just like crying, and I was looking at the screen, and I looked to my sister, and I was like, she's a bitch. My sister was like, what? And I was like, that door was clearly big enough for the both of them. Like, I don't know what the fuck was happening there. And like everybody's all crying, and I'm not crying, and I'm like, why is he not on the door? Why is this not a smaller door? Am I supposed to believe this bullshit?
I'll never let go, Jack. I'll never let go.
Yeah, everyone's getting really emotional. Pixie's just worrying about the shipbuilders. Why didn't you build the fucking
the
door?
plot holes. It's like
No, the prop builders. I was mad at the prop builders. I was like, why did you make that door so big? It's not believable. Why didn't you put a smaller door there? Why? You didn't even sell the scene. Who paid you to build that door?
Yeah, I do. Because if something doesn't make sense, it kind of spoils it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do it as well. Yeah.
Unless Jack, Jack didn't actually die, but for the purpose of the story, the old lady said that he did die.
And you've made me think of another song. Do you remember Labyrinth, the film with David Bowie?
I thought you were going to do the Celine Dion. My Heart Will Go On.
Oh, do that, please.
You thought wrong.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please
My
don't.
fingers were crossed. I was like, please.
Magic Dance, it's called. Do you not remember the Labyrinth?
Damn it! I can never request Wild to play a song ever again because if he gets stricken down, it'll be my fault. Thanks, Pixie.
No, you were just talking about films. Yeah.
No, I'm telling Wild not to play any music, not because he requested a song. He's gonna get. He already got. He hasn't even had this channel long, and he already had one of his streams taken down.
It'll be all right. It's only well known.
Every little thing will be all right.
Music video. I remember this. It was Jim Henson, the Muppets. Yeah.
You remind me of the babe. Babe with the power. Power of voodoo. You do. Remind me of the babe.
Although it's a good point, I just remember that it's been about 20 years since I've seen this, so I don't remember the lyrics. Might be a problem. So, oh, sure.
Yeah, that's rule number one karaoke. Know the song, right?
Yeah, know the song goes. Yeah, pretty much. It's a great film, though. If anyone hasn't seen it,
I never saw it.
no. Like I say it's Jim Henson. He did all the Muppets and all that. He did all those Muppets. I just like the fact you thought I'd seen Celine Dion.
I was hoping it before you even mentioned a musical interlude, and then when you said that, I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, okay, it is gonna happen, and no, but that's okay.
Mine used to the I've sang what's his name, Achy Breaky Billy Ray Cyrus, you know. So yeah, Celine Dion.
It's
not that far.
Not far at all.
And my heart will go on. I love that song.
Okay.
That song was everywhere in the 90s. Like everywhere you went, they had that song playing.
What was that one where it was in the charts for about 6 months, like number one for about 6 months? Wet.
Celine Dion had a bunch of hits, and I think she had a show in Vegas that was sold out all the time, if I'm not mistaken. And but she's not well physically. I'm trying to think what she had.
Now hold on. What the fuck is Jack's Law 2.0 talking about? I've seen his unhinged comments throughout this chat. I'm like, what are you?
I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah,
no,
I
need to sneeze. No, I needed to sneeze. That's all. No, welcome Jack's Law, but I've let the chat go too far. Bond's back as well. Yeah.
I don't know about it. I don't know what's going on in the chat. They lost him.
I don't know either.
I'm trying to keep up with this conversation.
Although I do want to get into philosophy a bit more. If anyone knows anything about it.
Go on.
Read books. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that would be the sensible thing to do.
Yes.
It's like
what do you have in mind, Waldhart?
What are the two types of logic?
I mean, there's more. I mean, there's
abduction, induction, and deduction. That's the first thing I want to learn. They're different. I'm not good at maths either. But yeah, no, I want to know the difference. I can't even know the difference, but yeah, it's reading, isn't it? Does anyone know the difference between abductive, deductive, and inductive logic?
Nope.
I don't know.
No. But you want to know this because why, you forgot, or because?
No, I've never known it, but it comes up quite a lot in, these kind of not these kind of arguments, but the kind of arguments with theists.
I don't know. To me, it's weird to be like, well, there's two types of logic. One is this, and one is that. It's like, wait a second.
And the third is the other.
I'm like, what?
Actually, there are seven. It's deductive, inductive, abductive, cause and effect, analogical, critical thinking, and decompositional.
I'm not bothered. I'm only joking. I didn't know that. Welcome, Halsey. Good to see you.
It's also not logic, it's reasoning. There's 7 types of reasoning. It's deductive, inductive, abductive, cause and effect, analogical, critical thinking, and decompositional.
Can you post that in the private chat?
That is cool. I've heard of 3 of those others, but I didn't know there were types of reasoning. Cause and effect.
Yeah, I would love to read through that if you could post it in the private chat.
I think
just Google the 7 types of reasoning.
Fair enough.
Deductive is, I think it's like syllogistic, like premise, conclusion. And
so a general way to look at deductive. Now, inductive and abductive look at probabilities, and you're usually building on a premise, right? Deductive is usually when you're taking things away.
I was trying to say, hey, Halsey, I'm sorry. Hope she didn't leave because no one said hello. I was trying to get the word in. Hey, Halsey. But anyway.
Oh, hey, Space. Bye, Space. I couldn't hear if she was here.
Come back in, Space. Yeah.
Yeah. Deductive reasoning is when you subtract, right? So in logic, yes, that's when you come up with like the premise, the second premise, and the conclusion.
The conclusion has to be true if you accept the premises.
Right.
So that's 100%, or as close as you can get to it, certain. And I've got inductive, like probabilistic, or based on like the most likely. Inductive is what science uses, isn't it? It's based on like experience.
Well, I just think I was just saying I think it's misleading to call it types of logic because it's not types of logic. It's types of reasoning.
Yeah. And abductive, I think, is the weakest one, but I can't remember why.
Abductive and inductive work more on like probabilities.
Mm.
So, and you can think of that in like your natural life, right? So, if you start with an idea that you build and build and build and build and build on to reach a conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Then that would be inductive. You're adding things in and adding things in. You're gathering more and more. Deductive would be like, I guess the most famous example would be like Sherlock Holmes, right? He knows the conclusion. And he's going backwards and he's subtracting and he's subtracting and he's subtracting and he's subtracting until he gets to his conclusion. Is that right?
Yeah, no, it's actually a fun fact. Sherlock Holmes doesn't use deductive.
Right, I know. I'm just saying what he uses inductive actually a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But people think he does. Yeah.
But the premise is if you subtract rather than add, right?
Yeah.
So one is going towards probabilities and one is going towards like facts and truth. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's like science, like uses inductive reasoning to make a model of what is most likely true, whereas deductive reasoning is like, 100%. If the premises are correct, then the conclusion must follow, kind of thing.
Well, it's that, not so much just that, but deduction, I think, has a more rigid structure. And I won't go by definitions because I'm looking at it as reasoning other than logic. If you want to look at it as a logical practice, you probably need space back up here, right? But as far as reasoning goes, right? As far as the 7 types of reasoning goes, deductive would mean it's deductive because you are deducing something, right? You're breaking something apart to find, what works about it, right? And why, right? So that can be replicated. But in inductive, it's more, how do I explain it? You'd more likely to be worried about the probability of it happening again and where. Does that make sense? Like,
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
It's not that one is wholly ineffective. It's how it's applied.
Yeah. I just want to say, Halsey, no, you can join. It's like an open chat, and we're looking for topics. So yeah, I know at the moment, and I brought this up. We're arguing about arguing. That is true. But if you have any topics and you want to rejoin,
I didn't know we were arguing about it at all, but okay.
Oh, no, we're not arguing either. But I brought up the topic just because I didn't know the difference. I just heard it on a program the other day.
There's a much better way to put it than I'm putting it, but I am also half distracted at the moment. But yeah, there are definitely 7 types of reasoning. I don't know why people say there are 2 or 3.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yes, and critical thinking, everybody wants to put critical thinking with one of the others, but it's not. Critical thinking is its own separate type of reasoning. It is one of the 7.
Yeah. See, I want to guess that cause and effect. Isn't that just like a fact of things that happen? It's not like reasoning, is it? You don't use any reasoning to...
Okay, look, I found a better way to say it.
Yeah.
Inductive starts with like an observation, like a specific observation, and then it moves to conclusions, right?
Yeah.
Deductive is backwards from that. It starts with the general information, and then it moves to the conclusion. So they're just backwards.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get yeah. So you start with with inductive, you start with like a fact about the universe, and then you work back to find out how that fact.
What you just use, you just start with observations, and then you move from observations to conclusion.
Yeah.
And deductive, it will start with like general information. Okay, all right, it's what is specific. So in inductive, your observation is very specific and your conclusion is very general, right? Now, deductive is backwards. It starts with general information and ends with specific conclusions.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And what is abductive again? That's the one I've never been able to kind of work out. I've never known what abductive reasoning is.
Abductive is like a game of probability. It uses observations to find likely explanations.
Oh yeah, when they say the most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
That would be abductive, right? And then you have cause and effect. You have critical thinking. I named them all a while ago. Analogical. I already said critical thinking. What's the one I'm missing?
So what's
did I say decompositional?
No, I don't think so.
That one.
What's analytical? Did you say analytical?
Analogical.
Analogical. Oh, analog. That would be. Is that like ones and zeros? Or is that very stupid?
No, it's comparing two situations and finding similarities.
Yeah.
It's like a compare and contrast.
I have a lot of work to do. But
and then you have causal, which is cause and effect.
Yeah.
And then you have critical thinking. And then you have decompositional, which is like where you break the big problems down into smaller problems to see how they work together.
Like deconstruct or...
Yeah.
I don't want to say decompose because that might be stupid as well, but you know what I mean? Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. It's basically, I explained it the other day, you know, like talking to JG and those philosophical types. Sometimes they use like terms and phrases that I don't know, which makes them sound like they know what they're talking about, but I don't think they do. It's like they know the terms, but I don't think they know how to use them. So I want to learn all the terms so I know what they're talking about, so I can pick out the holes in their arguments kind of thing. Or make it easier anyway.
Okay. Well, I still think the last one I landed on is the easiest way to explain it to me. Maybe not to everybody else, but one has, inductive has specific observations and general conclusions, and deductive has general observations and specific conclusions.
Yeah. It's like you could do deductive logic without, like they said, just in your armchair, just thinking about things.
Right, but that's when I said if you're talking about logic, then you probably need to talk to Space, because Space went way farther into that than I did. I went into like the different reasoning, and I went some into the logic for like debate and stuff. But I was having too much fun with the reasoning side of it. So she could probably understand like the logistic side of it way better than I could. But the reasoning side, the 7 types of reasoning, I'm pretty familiar with.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, see, I didn't even know there was 7. So you've already more than double my knowledge. Yeah, I thought there was one. Yeah, JG is philosophical. I almost protect my brain. Yeah. He likes to think he is. Like I say, I think he's talking bullshit most of the time.
I understand a lot of the logic stuff. Yeah. And I can definitely keep up with Space when she's talking about it, and I recognize it when I hear it. But I cannot explain it to you. I could not do a good job about it, and I could definitely not do as good a job as she could. Right? And the reason I understand it is because I understand the 7 types of reasoning, not because I'm like super great at the logic thing.
Yeah, it's very, very complicated. Yeah, it's that like 50 years to Yeah.
See, I can tell you what it means in the reasoning process, but she can just like put it into a logical format like it's nothing, right? Now I can recognize the logical format, and I can recognize when the logical format is faulty, but I sometimes have trouble translating the reasoning to the logical format, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And that's why I said I can give you the reasoning, but if you want the logic, you got to bring Space back up here, because it's not quite my department.
Yeah, I kind of know like their arguments are wrong, but I can't quite work it out and put it into words.
Yeah, and that logical format, Space is brilliant at, right? She does that way better than me. I can recognize it, but she just does it like way better than me.
Yeah. Inductive lights are off and the car is gone, so it might be the case that no one is home. Yeah. So it's like close to certainty as you can get with deductive, and inductive is like the most likely, or based on probabilities.
Right, and abductive is also based on probabilities.
Yeah.
So if inductive brought you to several conclusions, abductive would be the one that narrowed it down to the most likely. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know what that would look like in logistical format. Perhaps Space does. I do not. I just, reasoning-wise, that's the best way I could explain it.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, watch out, JG. I'm coming to get it. Mind you, the piece of argument isn't any good anyway. It kind of gives it in a title. They presuppose that God exists without using any reasoning or logic whatsoever. They kind of admit that it's a presupposition, so we kind of lost already, I think, on some level. Yeah.
Well, JG lost me in the very, very, very beginning, and his mistake was that video I showed that reminded me of him. His mistake was he reminded me of that video. He kept saying things like necessary being and necessary this, and And is it possible that necessary? And it reminded me of that video and of the ontological argument. And then I was like, nope, I'm done. There's no point in this exercise.
Yeah, I had the same conversation. You know Daniel, Burning Bushes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on there yesterday, and there was like Catholic and Orthodox, and they were saying like, we believe that, you know, the Christian God is, like you said, like necessary and all things come from him. And my point was, we don't know what happened before, you know, the Planck time and the Big Bang. So anything before that, it's just all speculation. No matter what God you believe in, or whether he's necessary or not, it's just, you know, it's just speculation because you can't demonstrate any of it.
There was also this one guy called Dub or something. You know, they kept saying, "Oh, well, one day mathematics will be like destroyed or something because it's 21-2 or something." I was like, "What the fuck?" What a nutcase.
Yeah.
William was there as well. I believe Halsey was there too. Yeah, it was a party.
Yeah. And then Bond drew me away to join someone else's stream and then took my place and go rushes along.
Oh.
I've been finding my own little random corners lately when I'm not super busy.
Oh,
It's been interesting. I found some half New Age, half Omnius. They were interesting.
What was that? Sorry. I was asking.
I found some like half New Age, half Omnius. They were pretty interesting. Yeah.
That's cool.
I've been finding random groups lately.
I was asking Midnight the other day if there were any other groups, you know, like that do these kind of streams. It all seems to be like religion, but is that just because they're the only ones I know? Are there any other like communities on YouTube? There must be, but if you look at just like open chats and open panels, it all seems to be, you know, just basically religion or karaoke.
Oh no!
I don't know. I see. Lately, I think that actually has to do with what you've based your algorithm on too, because I see a lot of people, some who talk politics, but I've seen several streams lately where people just like hang out and talk about everything.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
If you could send us links to some of them. Just like that, I want to broaden me.
But just the general people hanging out chats.
Yeah. Just...
All right. When I run into them again, I'll send them to you. I think I might be subscribed to 2 of them.
Cool. Yeah. I just like talking to that other guy the other day. It's pretty much pointless. Midnight, do you want to see my nipples?
No.
What's the point?
But if you wanted to, would you tell us?
Yeah, would you tell us? Midnight, I got a little something for you. And when I say little, you know what I mean?
Karaoke.
Yeah, I've been expanding my circles elsewhere, and the more I do, the more I feel like I don't know that I can reintegrate.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it must be. What you mean, like first getting into them and like getting used to people and getting people to like trust you.
I think it's more like my intent evolved. Like social media used to be nothing but somewhere I explored like people or an idea, or it was me testing my own ideas. And I may or may not believe in anything I was saying, and I wouldn't tell you. You would think I believed what I was saying, and I could be playing devil's advocate for a position I didn't hold, you know, like but it didn't matter to me because I was looking for certain reasoning and I was looking for certain information. Yeah. And I did that a lot, and it was fine because I ended up like in a lot of like cults, like exploring a lot of people in cults and stuff like that. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And then I ended up here, but I'm just, I don't know. It's not like exploring the cults was, and it's just not. And I think maybe part of it is like my intent is changing. Maybe like what I want, how I want to interact is changing, I guess. And because of that, like, I just feel like I can't reintegrate, perhaps.
Yeah, but do you not think that's like time?
What?
If you like stayed in those communities for like 6 months or something, do you not think it'd be like the same as this one or the same as the others? Is it just the amount of time you spend in one so everyone gets to know you?
Right, but just because I can't reintegrate back into this one doesn't mean I'm going to go to the one I was in before either, right?
Oh,
like either I can be there or I can't be there. There's like it either fits or it doesn't. But if it doesn't, like it doesn't matter if the next one is the same or not. It doesn't mean I'd go back to the previous one. I don't know.
No, I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah, I get, but you don't need to reintegrate into this community because everyone knows you.
What?
Everyone knows you. And
No. A lot of people think they know me, and that's fine.
Oh yeah, I mean, internet knows you. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Sorry, I've got behind in the chat. You'll have to excuse my. What's the opposite of multitasking? Monotasking. I can only monotask. Actually, I can't monotask. Yeah, I can't do one thing, never mind multiple. Yeah, it is pretty much, yeah, the religious debate thing is pretty much the same thing. Someone brought up a good point, like, what has theology done in the last, 100, 200 years? Like science, we've got computers, and what have we learned about the universe from theology? I would say absolutely nothing in the last 100 years or so. I thought that was quite a good point.
Okay.
You can always come to my channel. I haven't debated God in a long, long time.
That is true. And yeah, that's a good thing. It's a refreshing break. Cool. Channel for woodworking. Multitasking is a myth. Only to men, apparently. Women can do it like that. Like a child hanging off both legs. Cooking, cleaning, making sandwiches. You do it all at once, ironing.
I'm much more interested if I'm going to have a topic, which I don't often. If I'm going to have a topic, my topic are usually like around social behaviors and people's inclinations.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I would say that's interesting and much more useful than religion. Because we're never going to get that sorted out. At least like with social interactions, you can use that. I would imagine. Right, so on that note, I think we're going to bring this shindig to a close.
And then I'm going to make you play a song backstage because I didn't forget. So there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So thank you everyone for watching. I'll be back at some point in the future, probably, maybe. And thank you everyone who's joined. Sterling, Legend.
Cheers.
Iron Man, sorry. Do you prefer to be called Iron Man or Midnight still? And he's got.
Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
I will attempt this, but it will take me several months to get this right, even half the time.
Fine.
Just
I know.
fair warning.
Also, Waldhorn, before you end, you said religion doesn't contribute anything to science in the last 100 years.
Theology. No, has theology contributed anything to our human knowledge in the last 100 years? Science has.
Well, what is the difference between theology and religion? Is the thing
science and theology? Science has contributed a lot, obviously.
The point.
There is no difference between theology. Well, there is a bit, but theology is the study of religion. That wasn't my question. It's the difference between science and what that produces and helps us with.
Wildheart. The point I'm trying to make is that the person who came up with the Big Bang Theory was himself a priest.
Yes, but he came up with a scientific theory. He was also a theologian, but that doesn't mean...
What he's saying is he used the scientific method to propose his theory and not the Bible to propose his theory. And so it's a contribution of science rather than a contribution of religion. A lot of people like to say that it contributed to arts and literature and things like this. And while that is true, it cannot be, it is not something that it gave to us because these things would exist without it.
Yeah, I can't think of anything we've learned about God in the last 100 years. There's like a fact that people don't argue about. I could be wrong. It's just a thought. But on that thought, thank you everyone for watching. Be back soon. I'll do the outro, and we shall go. Peeps, bye bye.
Young nigga from the 9-1, switch that over, that's the young blonde. I was at the West Coast, now I'm in the East Coast. Shawty wanna fuck.